time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts. Chessable. Take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
I'm ahead of the game.
Remember who am I? I'm a boss and I'm honestly off my rocker, but follow me, I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. I'm only ever slinging, I'm working overtime. Got the song and I'm the singer, the melody, the vibe. I'm a prodigy, logically, I'm impossibly wanted. Then they'll remember my name. They'll remember my name. Ooh, well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Well, I'm ahead now. Well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game.
As a kid, I spent hours every day reading about chess, about openings, chess history, and games played between world champions, grandmasters, all of them. My apps make learning much easier. Everything I know you can find in my apps: Magnus Trainer, Tactics Frenzy, and Play Magnus. You can learn the basic rules of chess, train with our 400 lessons, and even play against my digital self. Download and try my apps for free. He played the Berlin, which I sort of expected, but I didn't really know what to do against, because in reality very few people do.
When we are playing an even game against someone of similar strength to us, usually we need to give something in order to obtain the initiative.
Just how shrewd and cunning Alireza can be, even with very little time.
I want to show you a game just to prove that I play these lines that I played against former world number 2 and a bit of a superstar, Gustafsson.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
Hi, I'm John Chess, inventor of chess, and also your new stepdad. And we're very disappointed in you, son and or daughter, because you suck at chess. And so that is why you have to now sign up for AIM Chess. AIM Chess is a digital chess trainer that creates personalized lessons based on positions from your own games, and turns your blunders into wonders. Link your Chess24 account or other online chess accounts today, and learn the official AIM Chess Gambit, which is where you take your opponent's king, and then you just f***ing eat it. I didn't know I was gonna say that. In-depth analysis, tactics trainer, blunderer, preventerer, whatever the f*** this is. And a new, personalized feed full of curated chess puzzles and memes. All of this and more available only at AIM Chess.
Hello?
Courtney, did you know that the average aim chess user...
Oh my god, stop calling me about fucking aim chess!
You heard it here first. Join Aim Chess today and become the world's greatest chess man in the world. Or chess woman? Hi, I'm Magnus Carlsen. I'm Magnus Carlsen, and I own Aim Chess. But now you are a Magnus Carlsen instead, because you beat me at chess because of Aim Chess. That's right, you dumb piece of Aim Chess. They asked me to cut that last bit, but I won't. Get 6 months premium free by typing your credit card details, name, and full home address in the comments down below. Aim Chess. They put the based in turn-based strategy. What the f*** do you keep paying me for these? Aim Chess. It stands for Aim Chess. Oh shit, I'm out of time. Sign up for Aim Chess!
Okay, so let's send a challenge.
Here is challenging. Nice graphics, easy to see. Oh, what are you thinking about? You're looking how it can be the most painful?
Exactly. Okay, fine.
That I give him up a phone. He wants to be even rude.
Gains that confidence, plays a few good events, stops looking inwards into his own insecurities.
I like the no expectation part, so like that's something that has gotten better because sure, it's like not my full-time job.
It's definitely good for chess in India, and now there is Olympiad also, so there'll be more people following and taking up chess as professional sport.
Yeah.
And it's surprisingly concrete still, no? Like, e takes d4, good move, because d takes d4, then d takes d5.
This line was essential and forced, but also not rocket science to map out.
Oh, he will go queen h5 check with a double attack. Attack the king and attack the pawn. And you thought, no, can't have that. I don't want the double attack. And so, with this very good insight, you chose the move g5, trying to block the queen's access.
e5, it's e5 Patzers.
A complete repertoire against 1e4 based on 1e5, now available to study with Chessable's unique Move Trainer technology. The backbone is the Marshall Gambit against the Spanish, with 3 knight f6 against the Italian. Jan Gustafsson has revisited all these lines he has played for 20 years and worked on as a second for Peter Lecco and Magnus Carlsen, amongst others, with the help of the most powerful engines out there, Leela 0 and Stockfish 10. This has led to many new discoveries and a repertoire ready to master on Chessable that can serve the student for a long chess career.
Maybe e4 doesn't exist after all.
e5, it's e5 Patzers.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
I'm ahead of the game.
Remember who am I? I'm a boss and I'm honestly off my rocker, but follow me, I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. I'm only ever slinging, I'm working overtime. Got a song and I'm the singer, the melody, the vibe. I'm a prodigy, logically, I'm impossibly wanted. Then they'll remember my name. They'll remember my name. Ooh, well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game.
As a kid, I spent hours every day reading about chess, about openings, chess history, and games played between world champions, grandmasters, all of them. My apps make learning much easier. Everything I know you can find in my apps: Magnus Trainer, Tactics Frenzy, and Play Magnus. You can learn the basic rules of chess, train with our 400 lessons, and even play against my digital self. Download and try my apps for free.
He played the Berlin, which I sort of expected, but I didn't really know what to do against, because in reality very few people do.
When we are playing an even game against someone of similar strength to us, usually we need to give something in order to obtain the initiative.
Just how shrewd and cunning Alireza can be, even with very little time.
I want to show you a game just to prove that I play these lines that I played against former world number 2 and a bit of a superstar, Gustafsson.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
Hi, I'm John Chess, inventor of chess, and also your new stepdad. And we're very disappointed in you, son and or daughter, because you suck at chess. And so that is why you have to now sign up for AIM Chess. AIM Chess is a digital chess trainer that creates personalized lessons based on positions from your own games, and turns your blunders into wonders. Link your Chess24 account or other online chess accounts today, and learn the official AIM Chess Gambit, which is where you take your opponent's king, and then you just f***ing eat it. I didn't know I was gonna say that. In-depth analysis, tactics trainer, blunderer, preventerer, whatever the f*** this is. And a new, personalized feed full of curated chess puzzles and memes. All of this and more available only at AIM Chess.
Hello?
Courtney, did you know that the average AIM Chess user...
Oh my god, stop calling me about fucking AIM Chess!
You heard it here first. Join AIM Chess today and become the world's greatest chess man in the world. Or chess woman. Hi, I'm Magnus Carlsen. Wait, no, I'm Magnus Carlsen, and I own AIM Chess. But now you are a Magnus Carlsen instead, because you beat me at chess because of AIM Chess. That's right, you dumb piece of AIM Chess. They asked me to cut that last bit, but I won't. Get 6 months premium free by typing your credit card details, name, and full home address in the comments down below. AIM Chess. They put the based in turn-based strategy. What the f*** do you keep paying me for these? AIM Chess. It stands for AIM Chess. Oh shit, I'm out of time. The sign up for it.
Hi everybody, round number 7 of the Sinquefield Cup is about to begin. I'm Jan Gustafsson, and I'm back home alone with the legend, the former FIDE world champion, trainer of some of the greats out there, Vachier-Lagrave, Fabiano Caruana, now Arjun Erigaisi, widely considered maybe the best trainer in the business. Rustam Kasimdzhanov, how are you doing today?
I'm okay. I'm good. I'm missing Lawrence. Do you know if he made it to Malaga safe and sound?
I did see a picture he sent together with our dear friend Jorn van Foreest. Other than that, no.
Why would they be together with Jordan van Foreest?
Don't share your feelings. They planned a trip together.
Wow. Now I understand. And we're waiting a happy announcement on Tuesday. Okay. I get it. I see how it is. Feel a bit.
All that's up.
Feel a bit left out, but what to do?
Reddit chess. Investigate.
We have games. We have moves.
Who cares? We have Vachier-Lagrave Nepomniachtchi. Dominguez Alireza. Bit of fights going on between these two. Alireza won the sole game he played against Ligne. And then there is Maxime Vachier-Lagrave versus Hans Niemann. MVL with the white pieces after Niemann lost yesterday on the chessboard, and arguably was a bad day for him off the chessboard as well. Yes. Caruana versus Levon is a big one, of course. We've talked about this yesterday. Tends to be a fight. Fabi had the upper hand recently, but no result particularly surprising in this match.
Yeah, Fabi is back at bishop b5. He doesn't seem to mind the Berlin so much anymore.
Why not? What's he happy with? D3, rook e1?
Yeah, d3, I think he got a very good position against Alireza in the candidates. Didn't save him, but got a good position.
And he won against Nakamura as well in some d3, bishop c5, bishop c6 business, no?
Yeah, there it was the other way around. His position after the opening was white wasn't great. And but he played a good game and won. For some reason, it seems that Levon is not really ready for this unusual development of the bishop to b5.
I'm not sure if Levon had this position with black before.
Yeah, I would need to check. But you know which position was already known? This yesterday's game of Nepo against Fabi.
I didn't check yesterday. This was all played, yeah?
The whole end game, like after 25 moves, the opposite colored bishops, which looked like a dead draw, was already Nepomniachtchi rapport from 21.
And Fabi also said they had the whole game before. So maybe we should have checked. Yeah, we were so impressed, or we were impressed with Fabi's prep. He's just following Richie. King of black preparation.
He followed Richie, it worked, so I think we're right to be impressed.
That's true. That is true.
And this particular line they are playing now, I looked a lot at this in 2018 for the World Championship match. I did so much work in these lines.
Let's have a look. D3, bishop c5, c3. Pawn to d5. And this you did work in with white, yeah?
But also Fabi had quite a number of games, I think, against Levon himself. against Jeffrey Zhang, I think maybe even against Robson. There is some A4, E4 theory here. And then
Hey, there's some long games. Yeah, MVL also had a game.
Yeah, take Queen D1, King D1, Knight E4, and so on.
What's the and so on? Rook E1?
Yeah, I think there is Rook E1, then Knight BD2. I don't remember. I remember there was something, but I will not give you details.
Fair enough. Now we can wonder if you won't give us details, not to reveal secrets, or because you don't remember. This is +4.
Yeah, no, this didn't look good.
The bishop
So
F5 is the move.
Bishop F5. So maybe it's
black
not
is
Rook
better.
maybe it's not Rook E1. Yeah, maybe I think
King
yeah,
C2.
I think King C2 is the move. Yeah, and then Bishop F5, Knight H4. Yeah, this actually does ring a better bell.
Typical random move by move stuff.
You need to turn on the live engine.
All right. A4 on the board. Levon taking a moment. Can you play other moves? A5, B5, Bishop A3 looks a bit unpleasant, maybe.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. Maybe this whole line was usually with the queen on D8.
Yeah.
And in this position, maybe A5, B5, Knight E7 does exist.
Castles A5, E4, yes.
Oh, that too. Yeah, that was some Karakin game, no?
I've seen this before as well. My memory is bad.
Yeah, some Karakin stuff.
So here. No idea how it continues. Takes. Looks fine for black, doesn't it?
Yeah, this looks fine, yeah. And I think Levon does castle.
Yeah, castle on the board.
I'm also not sure if what you said is correct. Yeah, maybe it's A5, bishop takes F2, king F2, E4. There was some...
What could be wrong with E4s?
Nothing, I guess, yeah.
Not to picture.
I remember there was some sacrifice, but I'm not sure what it was.
Bobby probably knows. White can still slow down. No, play Knight B2 here. Or castles maybe. Two.
Yes, and then I think A5, B5, Knight E7 becomes part of the story. It's actually quite interesting. I spent maybe weeks of my life on these positions, maybe a month. And somehow, like, with some traumatic experience, I have just fully forgotten the details. You probably have the same, right? When you look at lines for somebody else, these lines never get played, and it's just kind of...
It's a very different type of work, no? Like, you still try to do well and explain it properly in the moment. But if you don't have this, that you'll use it for yourself, this added pressure, it just disappears much faster, is my impression. Like, I didn't spend much time on this, but yeah, not surprisingly, we spent time on the Sveshnikov and so on. And if you quiz me on any 7 bishop G5 line, I won't know a thing right now. I think, yeah. Or Rossolimo, similar, if you never play it. My memory is better on the stuff that I used to play myself, like E4, E5 openings, the Marshall and so on in the Italian. If we prepare that where I have a closer connection, it's better. But on stuff you don't play, even if I worked on it, it doesn't stick with me. Also, there's so much stuff out there, no? Like, I mean, who can remember everything? There keeps being new information. Usually it's just, I've looked at this before, I have some files somewhere. I can check the old conclusions. It's usually the best one can do, no?
Yeah, but in my experience, you do not forget the opening that you played, in your first national championship when you were 16. Like
no, I know everything about that. Like,
yeah, some old memories, they stick, yeah, and this sort of new computer-generated memories, maybe they're not memories at all.
Yeah, also your own games, it's a much deeper connection than lines one clicked on. No?
Yeah, it looks like a very sharp line. Yeah, Levon played bishop F5. Bobby played bishop A3.
But even this I've seen before. Now that
Oh,
we're
and
talking
the
about
end
crappy
game,
memories.
takes, and then castles long, right? This has been played between actually two of them. Bishop e4, queen d6, cd, castles long. This was their game in London, 2018. This was one of my one-game ideas. This was never supposed to be played second time around.
Two-game idea now.
Makes me wonder. But I also had some other ideas after bishop takes e4, and so not queen d6 related. There was some other move, like bishop e4, maybe castles. And then some queen f4 was a move. Yeah, I sort of vaguely remember. No, but he plays queen d6 cd.
D6.
And he, like in 2018, castles long was a fresh new idea.
So fresh and so clean.
Still fresh.
On the board?
Yeah. I mean, under different circumstances, if it made any sense, I would say this one looks like a very fixed draw, but it doesn't make any sense, right?
I don't know. Levon mentioned yesterday when he won his game against MVL that this rook hf1, this new idea in the Najdorf that he played, was prepared for Fabi's game against Masudlu. He said, we prepared this for Fabi and for his game against Masudlu. And Robert Hess came up with rook hf1. They checked it and told Fabi, it's good. So they seem to be working together quite closely, like even on preparing Fabi for specific games and so on.
Heartwarming.
It's beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, speaking of heartwarming, this brings back memories of San Luis.
2005, yeah.
2005. They still do this.
It's still a valid line, right?
Still not losing. Also very typical linear stuff, no long force stuff.
Mm-hmm. And this GF was the Anish Giri try.
Yeah, that was the latest wrinkle. Anish did this against Maxime a couple of years.
Yeah, in Paris 2020, I want to say.
You have to be careful if you get the year wrong, like the internet will be all over you.
Yeah, knight f3 GF. This was not the way we used to play in 2005. We used to take with the queen, yeah.
This is how you used to play?
I think queen a4 check first.
Check first, yeah.
Yeah. And then knight c2, bishop b2, some rook c1, bishop c1, queen f6, some obscene theory like this.
Old Rybka analysis. I mean, this was before Rybka.
This was, yeah, almost pre-Rybka, right?
Could very well be pre-Rybka. But yeah, I recall those battles. That was a fun tournament, St. Louis 2005. Anyway, GF, that's the latest fashion.
GF is slightly new, and then take queen d2 and knight d1. This was what Anish tried against MVL in I think in a rapid game successfully.
Our chat is correcting me or informing me, by the way, which makes sense, that this opening idea Levon mentioned they prepared for Fabi was during the Olympiad, where Hess was helping the open team. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Anyway, this position we've also seen before, no? Like
I thought this is exactly how they played in 2018. And there was some line, yeah, there was some, maybe king c2, maybe king b2 was what we played back then.
Played king c2. What's the move if we just take? So rook d1 and stand.
Bishop f2. I really should know
Takes,
this.
bishop d4 is unpleasant. Maybe rook d7, but this guy is also
I mean,
It's equal. B5, rook FD8, rook HD1. Okay.
I had some sort of a try, yes.
Not sure who's trying, but yeah, apparently. Okay. Fabi knows what he's doing as usual.
Yeah, Fabi knows what he's doing.
Probably black has to be mildly precise to neutralize
But he's still
this.
playing my ideas, yeah.
Is that even legal?
You're even no longer paying me, you know. I just
Do you
thought
get
of it.
what's it called, residuals every time an idea of yours is used?
Yeah, some sort of emotional residuals. They do not reflect
The
on my
nicest
bank
kind of
account.
residuals. Sorry, no money, but we really appreciate what you've done. Royalties? Yeah.
No royalties either. Emotional royalties.
Beautiful.
Yeah, bishop f2. This is yeah, actually it's interesting. I mean, we praise his prep, which is always impressive, but also he prepares in such a way as to not really have to play chess, right?
Big fan. Talked about it. Okay, so a bit of a theory battle here. Levon will now take his time. He probably knows that this is equal, but now he will have to find the way. King b2, as you mentioned, was also a move to...
Yeah, I think there was some
Step out
king
of this.
b2, rook fd8. This was some sort of importance. Yeah, rook takes. Yeah, and then there was a move we thought was difficult. Yeah, rook d1. Rook d1. I think this was it. Yeah, rook c8. Takes, and then rook e7, and black should go bishop d4 check, king b3 and b5. And we thought this whole line was very, very difficult for black to find.
Good to know this kind of stuff, no?
Yeah, and so this was our prep in 2018, and now he's trying king c2, which I'm sure I looked at also. You think in 4 years one would discover new lines?
Might still work.
No, it will work. Yeah, it will work. It's actually interesting. Levon, yeah, is also. I mean, he plays exactly the same line like he did in 2018. Yeah, not high on the surprise value.
Yeah, but he plays good openings. He plays the Marshall and the Berlin. You don't need to switch it up all the time, no? But of course, instead of d5, you can play a million other systems.
Yeah. Well, let's see how it goes.
Yes, yeah. Also here, queen d8 was a big line and so on. I don't know. Generally with black, especially guys like Levon, they don't rely that much on surprise value. No, he says, yeah, I'll play Berlin or Marshall. Do your worst. What is this? So far,
yeah, bishop
all
d3,
known,
knight d5.
queen d4 apparently as well. Alireza obviously prepared. So material balances, we have the two bishops versus a rook and 2 pawns, yeah?
Yeah, and a very broken pawn chain.
On paper, that should favor the two bishops, but these guys aren't very pretty. So black is okay simplifying, yeah? Like white should try to generate some initiative.
Yeah, I should get some initiative, should get his bishops going. And bishop d3, knight e5 is a pretty trick, right? Because it looks like a blunder after bishop g6, but in fact, the black king just moves. Yeah. And I have a feeling I've seen this position after bishop takes e5. King, so bishop g6, king e7, and then bishop e5. I think.
Sad move to make, no? If you have to take here.
Well, I think black has to go queen d2 for some reason, so not queen takes e5.
Now this is dangerous.
This is dangerous. Yeah, king f1, king g2, rook e1 with attack. And then after queen d2, king d2, d takes e5. I remember I was trying to prove white's advantage in the endgame because it looked to me that white's pieces should be strong. But Black gets a lot of counterplay with his pawns. I don't remember why I was analyzing this, you know.
But you love this kind of stuff. You also love the Scotch endgame with the two pieces, with the
Yeah.
rook and 2 pawns, no? You don't like rooks.
No, I realized that the rooks are not so bad, yeah. And the last time I played that Scotch ending with Black, having 2 rooks against 1 didn't feel so bad.
It's a bunch of rooks. But Queen e5, King f1. But he took directly without Bishop g6.
Yeah, he took directly. I think this is also a possibility. Queen e5, King f1.
Goes without saying, Lanier knows his stuff here. Yeah, this is right up his alley.
Yeah, this is also...
yes, no, maybe less surprising, less broad, but in his lines, very deep.
Yeah. Now, this is also what I do not understand. I would think that this is much more linear territory than it is Alireza territory. This is sort of just very long, very sharp opening battles. Alireza seems more like over-the-board fellow to me.
Yeah, Lanier will have the usual approach. I would guess with best played as a draw, but at some point he will make the third computer move or a move that where it's tough to defend, that forces Black to make some only moves. And it won't be easy for Alireza to make this an over-the-board fight. Having said all this, short castles, what's going on? Bishop e2 is the main line. Could see Lanier playing h4 here or whatever. Do your worst. But apparently it's all a draw.
Yeah. But in a way, of course, it's a very dangerous approach for Black. Because usually he'll get a draw if he plays well, and he will get into trouble if he doesn't.
Does look like Alireza. He clearly did a ton of work before the candidates and added all kinds of complexes. I'm sure he's played the Nairov before. But also this line he played against Jan Nepomniachtchi requires so much work to even.
But didn't it work out for him, right?
No, it didn't work out, but
Not
still,
at all.
the amount of clicking involved there to play this here, you can only imagine. No?
Yeah. No, I think very, very often when a line involves a lot of clicking, you cannot really play it well. This is, yeah, it's just somehow something is wrong with the line if it requires a few weeks of clicking in order to make it playable.
Sometimes it doesn't click.
Sometimes it just doesn't, right? And in the meantime,
speaking of clicking,
against Jan is a
this is a short day, yeah.
Yeah, this is this famous drawing line that Wesley saw and Nakamura played like 1 billion times.
Yeah, this was fun the first 5 times around. Like, oh, there are new developments in 5e4. But now we know. Someone lost this, no? Maybe Anish, Maxime, or something happened here.
Yeah, sometimes they lose a rapid game with Black here. But normally they don't.
E6. Fabi was also involved now. E6, Queen f3. Anyway, this was a fresh line for a while, but here it looks more like Yara was saying. Tournament not going too great. Let's play something safe and forcing. Also always easy to criticize, but much harder to come up with something with white against Nepomniachtchi or anybody really. Yes, as we know.
It's really difficult to come up with something new without taking risks.
Yeah.
When you are ready to take risks, then usually there are all sorts of possibilities.
Well, also you're not in the mood every day to play whatever. Knight of 3, G3, B3, and be slightly worse just to get a game now, and then to have a fresh idea. It's not so easy. But yeah, this is a very safe approach that should end peacefully. And Nepomniachtchi must have repeated all these lines like 1 million times before the World Championship match. No? Like this is not.
Yes.
Not a very unlikely line to check. Maxime. Is Maxime going for my favorite? Knight b5, bishop e6, knight d4, bishop c8?
I don't know what he's going for. This is not a very promising line either way, right?
This is absolutely nothing. I've tried making this work, but it's just so drawn. Became very theory nerdy today. I like it. Apologies to the viewers. No, this is just rien de rien.
Yeah, sometimes, you get a boring opening and something comes out of it.
Yeah.
But also Maxim, this is very much his own territory with black, right?
But no one's territory with white, no?
No, but
I
he
know a
knows
bit
these
about
lines.
this.
I mean,
Yeah. I know this because you can get it via this move order, I think. If black takes, castles, g6, we get here now, bishop g7, c4. Very hard to make this work.
yeah, no.
DC is bad, but people know that.
A dear friend Peter Svidler played this position with black like 75 times. Nothing bad ever happened to him.
Sure? Something bad must have happened. 75 games?
And nothing bad, yeah.
Usually you see this when it's like a quick draw, knight b5, bishop e6, knight d4. And I haven't even checked if this is true, but it used to be thought that neither side has anything better than going back.
Well, the engine says bishop takes d4, queen d4, knight e6. Maybe black is the one who can defeat.
Computers nowadays, they don't respect bishops anymore.
You almost made it sound like kids these days.
That's pretty much this show. Kids these days. Troy Chess is saying, Jan, can you please tell all of us, what the hell are you feeding Keimer these days? You just can't stop winning. I've noticed. Congratulations to him. Yes, I don't know, 6.5 out of 7 in the Polish league. Just crushing everybody and everything in his path. I haven't been feeding him anything, but I can tell you from first-hand experience that he can eat a lot of pasta with arrabbiata sauce and chicken. He can eat a real big bowl of it.
That is a very useful information.
In case you were wondering. Because at the Chess Olympiad, we were in this very nice hotel, and food was amazing for like the chess buffet standards we're used to. Normally it's okay the first couple of days and then you're sick of it. But I was so happy to go to lunch and dinner every day. Get all the good Indian stuff, all kinds of different paneers. And if you didn't want that, you could just order your pasta arrabbiata chicken. And Vincent really specialized in a big bowl of that.
How would you order pasta arrabbiata if you have access to Indian food?
Not saying I did, saying he did, and clearly, whatever he's doing, it's working.
He's a very special fellow.
Who?
Vincent Keimer. Very fast walker. Like really walks really, really fast. Sometimes at the Bundesliga, we go together to some restaurant and I really have to slow him down. I have to remind him of my advanced years.
A walker? I thought he was a fast worker.
No, worker. I don't know anything about his work.
Okay.
He's actually one player that I miraculously never worked with. Yeah, not for 2 minutes.
Wow. There are still young prodigies out there that you haven't touched.
Well, but I haven't trained. Yeah, but soon
I
or
thought
later,
you had a training session with the German boys at some point. He wasn't there, yeah?
he was playing a Grand Prix in Berlin at the time, and I just could not understand this young man's priorities.
He could have gone to a training session with you, some nice rook endings, or play the biggest tournament of his life. Like, what's wrong with it?
Exactly, yeah. It's like he went to Berlin. He played the Grand Prix. He didn't have much fun there. Probably was reminding himself every second that he could be having fun right now, you know?
Yeah.
But there you go.
Deserves some right. But yeah, currently he's absolutely crushing in the Polish league, is up, I don't know, 20 rating points. Crossed 2,700. Probably he felt the pressure from the Indian and Uzbek kids winning 25 points every tournament. He thought, I need some points myself, yeah.
But also he is really good, yeah. And
He's
this
really,
must be
really
helpful.
good. That's, I think, very useful for winning all these points in general. No, I was impressed with him. I was the German head coach at the Olympiad, and I had this first row seat. I was really, really impressed with his strength. Anyway, not playing the Sinquefield Cup yet. By the way, did you ever think about, or maybe you mentioned it, did you mention it the other day? If Richie just got vaccinated, none of this would have happened to us.
Exactly. I mean,
I can't get that thought out of my head. I'm not sure where I heard it. Maybe it was from you.
Yeah, no, Richie. No, but the thing about Richie is that he doesn't like being told what to do.
Understandably.
In a world where, you know, some shady vaccine would exist and nobody would be getting vaccinated, Richie would be the first one who would run and get that vaccine. But, you know, when everybody was telling him to get that vaccine, he somehow felt, you know, stubborn.
Got it.
Didn't see it right with him.
Of course, what I'm alluding to, not alluding, Rapport was supposed to play in this tournament, but he couldn't enter the US because of the COVID regulations, allegedly. But I saw a tweet, I think it's not alleged. If it's on Twitter, it must be true. And therefore, they needed a replacement, and they went with Hans Niemann, and drama ensued.
Yeah.
Knight b3 by Maxime.
Knight b3 is different, right? Now you cannot go bishop e6, right?
Knight c5, we have that.
So now you go something else.
So e6, so there's this. h4, stupid computers. h4 and white is better. Give me a break, computer. Every freaking position, the answer is h4.
How long do you think would it take computer to outplay you in this position?
4 moves, I think.
Yeah,
It's minus
about,
1 if I'm unplugged.
Yeah, usually it's about 3-4 moves.
Yeah. h4, I think, okay, this is stupid. I get my knight out. He'd go here. I think this is stupid. Maybe f6. He'd go here. Yeah. 080 already. I think, okay, let's get my bishop out, and it's plus 125. Yeah, 4 moves is very fair.
Yeah, I mean, this is my experience. Basically, in any reasonably complicated position, it takes 3 moves for the advantage of the computer to become substantial and a couple more moves to resign.
Yeah.
We just cannot play against the machines.
That's why perhaps surprise value is so important. Yeah, if you give up 0.30, but the position is complicated, you're still in great shape against them humans.
Yeah.
Also, they just make moves. These aren't the patterns that were in my old books. No, h4, bishop g5, bishop d2. Humanity will have to adjust. Hans played knight b4. Sorry.
Yeah, no, one thing you have when you are playing a human being, no matter how strong, is that at some point, you know, there is this moment where your opponent doesn't know what to do. And this is a thing you just don't have when you're playing computers. Yeah, they always have a move.
They always know what to do.
Yeah, and if you know they don't like it, they have another move. Yeah, they always find something to do.
You never get that sweet relief of your opponent all of a sudden thinking for 20 minutes at least. I played Vichy once on a Sunday morning in Bundesliga. Not too surprisingly, I lost the game. But what was even worse is he never gave me that sweet little break. He just made a move like every minute. Okay, played much better than me. Won. And I couldn't get up from the board. That's just not fair, Vichy. Yeah. So that was, I think, the only experience I had like that. Okay, if you run into prep, it can happen. But it wasn't prep. He just played much faster. Won. Let's get out of here. It's very, very unpleasant. If you're used to, I don't know, taking a little stroll while your opponent thinking.
Yeah, a lot of people, they need this time. I think I'm one of those people too. Yeah, and we need this time when your opponent is thinking and you can sort of ease into the game a bit. Yeah.
Come to your senses. But the
Yeah.
guy just keeps making a move. That moment is just never there. Yeah.
Yes.
It's also sometimes if Maxim and Nepomniachtchi are in good shape, it's what they can do. Levon as well. Yeah, I mean they just blitz.
I think my
pretty much the
Maxim
entire
less
game.
so, but Nepo for sure, yeah, and Levon in his prime, he would just always do this. Good positions, bad positions, he would just kind of blitz you down, and it was not pleasant.
Yeah, you would always pretend it's like 30 move prep, and the position would be sharp enough, and you wouldn't know what to do. Not fun.
And what made it especially confusing, sometimes it would be 30 move prep.
Yeah, he had some prep too, which shouldn't help. Speaking of 30 move prep, there's Fabi, move 30. He has 1 minute 34 on his clock. Just played King D3. Is it in your notes?
I mean, I can check, but I doubt it.
It's just a running gag because everything is in Lawrence's notes, as we know.
Lawrence is a different level.
It's amazing, no? He has notes on everything. So he does these video courses on trash, like one knight c3 and b6. Yeah, man, it's I can't wait till he uses his notes for the greater good. Levon didn't seem very surprised by the turn of events here, no? Like, thought for a little bit, but
also doesn't really look that terrifying, no?
We're up a pawn.
H4 or like check. Seems like black has a lot of moves.
This pawn doesn't look like it's queening, no? The bishop is there.
Not
we
so
can
easy.
do our own stuff.
I mean, Fabi, as I knew him, would not really be attracted to this endgame.
But I think it's just a semi-bluff, and Levon knew everything. So Fabi now has to make a draw or knows how to make a draw. Yeah, I would guess that's all there is to it. White holds because he's active enough.
And it's also an approach, of course. Although not a particularly interesting approach, right, for the viewers or for us.
I don't know.
Yeah, we just started talking and they already have some ending 30 moves late into the game, yeah?
Yeah. This game, at least, is only move 21. Also, did Nepomniachtchi mix something up as they...
No, I think this is one of the ways to play it, no?
Queen d1, takes.
Yeah, rook c4 is correct. Bishop
no,
b7.
this is a line. Okay.
One of the ways to play was black.
Probably there were games here. Yeah, I think I haven't seen this. I keep saying this. I don't know how it is for you. I wouldn't be able to enter the moves to get to this position, but sometimes you have these pictures of positions in your head still. Yeah, that okay. I've seen this in some game or in some clicking, but
Yeah,
to
I think
reproduce it, it's very tough.
very often when you analyze a lot, this is one of the things you forget to check is how exactly do we get to this critical position I'm analyzing.
Yeah.
This is what Peter Leko really excels at understanding the intricacies of actually getting to the critical position, the move orders, the transpositions, and the like. And for me, very often I would analyze move 20, and then at the board I would be sitting and thinking, how am I actually supposed to get to that position which I prepared this morning?
Yeah, then sometimes you try to create some ways to reach your prep, and which more often than not works. But once in a while, you can make some horrible moves because they could lead to a position that you've seen down the stretch.
And I also sometimes I rely on absolutely ridiculous methods of reminding myself what the correct move was. I try to remember my screen, how it was during preparation.
Oh, for sure.
And then I try to remember whether bishop e2 was move 13 or 14. And then I check my score sheet. No, it's not now. Yeah, definitely not now. A very strange way. Also completely unreliable, of course.
No, but it happens a lot. The move numbers. For me, sometimes I even try to visualize. I had this Bundesliga game. I checked the line in the morning. I knew it was bad for white, and I knew the two moves were Queen H4 or Bishop H2 on my screen. And I spent most of my thinking time trying to visualize if the first line was Queen H4 or the first line was Bishop H2, because I knew one of the two was -2 and the other one was +1. So instead of thinking about the position, I was mainly trying to visualize my computer screen. It's very unhealthy.
Yeah, I think one of the very first articles I read on Chess24, maybe 7 years ago or so, it was by a psychologist, I think Spanish psychologist, who suggested that it's just wildly unreliable to use your memory in a complicated position. That it's just much better if you're not sure, just to start thinking. And that also seemed to be my experience. Also, in my experience, people who do not know the opening, very often they make more reasonable moves than people who try to reconstruct their prep.
Yeah. Then again, if you sit there and Fabio or Levon blitz out the first 30 moves against you while you're there sweating, finding your way, you're also not having fun.
It is not pleasant, no.
Hard to win. I think the good old method that you mentioned yesterday for top players at the very least, you have some idiot sitting at the computer yelling computer moves, and you think about it and try to make sense of it over the board. That's probably the closest you can get to having a feel for it while still probably memorizing. But yeah.
Well, white can get mated in a very pretty manner here. King e4, rook e8 check, king d5, rook, no, maybe king d4, yeah, and so as not to give black too many options. King d4, rook d8 check, king c5, and bishop g1.
Ah, this one.
I thought this was a very, very unusual move.
Yeah. It's good. This could happen. No, you're sitting there nodding. I'm coming. Ouch. It's like this one game. What is it? Short Bareev or something? Where
I was short Belevsky.
Short Bayevsky.
Yeah.
The king just lunges forward and it's randomly made in one.
Yeah. He got mated on e6 when his position was as good as never before. Yeah. Suddenly it was made.
So what else do we have? MVL versus Niemann. Knight b4. Knight 8c6. Looks like Hans knew the opening.
You did spend some time, yes?
Yeah, spent 50 minutes. Knight b3. I don't think I've seen before.
You must have seen knight b3.
Maybe on some computer screen, but the moves I would know about it are knight c3 or knight b5. But Maxime probably played this in 18,000 black at the very least blitz games as well. So he knows how to ask a question. This looks like the type of line I would play in the Thailand Open. Knight b3 here. It's very useful information. Bunch of theory battles today. No, I don't know what to say. Lenier against Alireza. At least the position is weird. We can think about this.
Yeah, it looks like a dangerous line to enter with black, but then again, this is a very main theory, that black cannot do very much to avoid. Although in the very beginning, there are other lines, instead of going for this whole queen a5, knight f3 check, there are other ways to play.
Starts as e5 here, but
yes, but even in knight g4, later on, here, h3, knight...
This was a thing for a while. I'm not sure about the status here.
It's a very big line, and after knight f5 takes. Here also other setups exist, like knight bd7, for instance. Black does not have to go for this one very sharp line.
One line.
Queen a5 was a novelty back then in 2005 in a game Svidle Topalov, which was, I think, round 4. And in round 3, just before that, I played this with white against Vachier.
How was your game against Vichy? You didn't take and he castled or something like that? No,
No, I think I took knight e3 and then he castled, which was established theory back then. Bishop e2, queen e7, castles, rook a d8, and then I played this novelty bishop h5. And he never got a good position in that game.
that was a beautiful win. That must have been one of your
nice
more
win.
memorable
And
wins.
also, interestingly, when I was playing this game, and he was of course blitzing through the opening moves, I actually realized that black has queen a5 and knight f3 check. Because suddenly I was thinking, what will I do after queen a5 and knight f3 check? I actually saw this at the board, but then he didn't play it, and I thought I was relieved. I missed this at home, but saw this over the board, and I was very surprised when next day this actually happened.
That's why you need a little helper and think about the position over the board. Then you can ideally smell out these questions in advance. No,
Yes. Also, I mean, I teach my students that missing a check is basically unforgivable in all calculations, because this is the first thing you should look at. And I think the same should apply for analysis. You should check the check.
Check it out. This is like 5 checks in a row. I'm bad at counting. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 checks. Queen d2, queen a1 is number 5. This would be bad. How bad, actually? It's just bad. We have 3 pieces, but
Queen is a very strong piece, yeah. I'm learning this in my advanced years.
also their computers changed our thinking a bit, no? Like at least in the, I don't know, late 90s, early 2000s, you would have all these Grunfeld lines or whatever, where you would get 3 pieces versus a queen and a pawn, or queen or 2 pawns. And at least I would always think, okay, this has to be very nice for white. Turns out it's not. Yeah, the queen is just too good.
Yeah, no, this is also a thing. Yeah, like after learning so many possible fortresses with a rook against the queen, like very often rook and pawn against queen is a draw, rook and pawn against queen and pawn sometimes is a draw, then you begin to underestimate the queen. But in reality, queen is a very difficult piece to play against, because when you have 3 pieces against the queen, very easy to blunder one of these pieces.
In our game, both sides still have the queen. Yeah, this was king e2, bad move. But that's why you have to give up the rook with check. And Lenier will be in his element here.
That sounds like just feels like a bad opening choice for Alireza.
He's also out of book. Lenier clearly is not. So this is work cut out for him.
And then it seems like if somebody should be in trouble here, it would be black, right? White's moves are easier.
I know who's better. I can read the 050, but in a blitz game, you'd certainly take white. No, knight 3, king g2, rook somewhere, h4, knight g4. Well, with black, it's far from obvious to me. If you go rook f4, rook c8, d5, king g7.
Yeah,
these
rooks cannot attack anything. In fact, if black would have a knight instead of a rook somewhere on f4, his play would be easier, right? But the rooks cannot attack anything, and these rooks will only be useful in an endgame, but white will not exchange queens.
Unlikely. So Lenier, doing a thing, well prepared, asking questions. I'm not an expert, but this looks roughly equal to me. And the players agree.
Already over.
Draw, yeah, as mentioned. Nowadays, against someone who just prepared this complex for a world championship match, this line is pretty much a draw for. And Vachier-Lagrave probably also needed a breather From all the drama.
Well, drama did not really involve them, right?
Oh no. It's like everyone's involved. Okay, not much of a game. This might not become much of a game either. King e4, rook e8, king d3, rook d8. Doesn't look like an impossible outcome, no?
I don't understand this prep. Like, aside from whether it's promising or not, but how do you play king d3 clearly in book, and you start thinking after rook d8 check? Like, you played king d3 instantly, rook d8 check seems like, you know, one of the moves you would consider.
h4 is the main move. Rook d8 is 0-0, so you only consider h4. Make sure how to draw here.
But also
Yeah,
that,
okay,
but back in my days, Fabio would just refuse this line on principle. He would say black has h4, black has f5, black has rook d8. How am I supposed to prepare this position? And
fair enough. Then again, you said this is prep from back in your days.
yeah, but okay, I prepared queen b2. You know?
B2.
I don't remember what was different in London, because in London, Fabio actually played this against Levon and won. This was castles long. But something.
Oh, sorry.
Is there an easy way to find out? Like where they
should I check the game or?
No, because I think after castles long, there was already a game they played in 2018.
Let me look it up. Give me a minute.
Entertain you.
Please, entertain.
How far are you in this Game of Thrones show? In this Lord of the Rings show?
First two? Is the third one out today? Or
I think the third one is out, yeah.
I haven't seen it yet. Alone with my kids, I could barely put my kids to bed before starting this.
Yeah,
Some of my kids, they don't like it when I watch my own shows in the living room on the TV. Like, as long as it's Fireman Sam, they're happy. But I can't just sit there, watch Game of Thrones and expect them to tolerate it.
No, I understand.
I don't.
They also probably correctly think that their stuff is so much better than your stuff.
I don't know. I keep telling them. Because I'm a great parent. I restrict their TV watching time to 5 hours in a row. So I tell them, you just saw 5 hours of Fireman Sam. Let me watch a bit of House of the Dragon. But they don't seem to be into that kind of reasoning. No, but maybe I'll watch it tonight. I'm looking for the deviation here. So yeah, King B2 played there, as you mentioned. Then Levon took, which was apparently not best.
Ah, okay, so he got into trouble
he's
like
in
this. Yeah?
real big trouble already. Fabi knew his stuff. I was there actually. I saw that game.
No, it was really funny because, okay, we did, of course, some Berlin prep in 2018 for the unlikely case that Magnus plays it. And for a while, this Berlin prep was only hitting Levon. And Fabi won a couple of games against Levon with some ideas that we had. And yeah, it didn't work out quite as planned, but still kind of was some sort
put to
of
good
redemption.
use. Yeah. But doesn't look like it's hitting today. Fabi now thinking, he's probably also annoyed that he didn't check this and there's even some risk for him. But I would expect it to be over quickly.
Maybe King C2 Rook
Maybe
A8
here.
is a possible end of this game.
So we might be down to 2 games. MVL against Hans and Lenier against Alireza in no time. What happened here?
Yeah, they're making reasonable moves, right?
This looks like my kind of chess. Big fan. Computer says 0-0.
A big fan of your own kind of chess?
No, of the position. We all know I'm not a big fan of my chess. 92, can we do that? White is not exactly winning, is he? But they will continue shuffling. I don't think it's a bad position for MVL trying to outplay. Might not work.
Yeah, but like for instance, b6 here is logical, but not an easy move to make. And also knight a b8, never easy, right? Just never easy.
What else is logical? Can we just take? This is already bad news. I love this line. Already lost.
Yeah, this all loses too much time, right? When you have to take on d1 yourself.
Yeah.
Maxime played something else.
Queen
right?
c2. That's a weird move. No, bishop
did you get
e6
the
was
chance?
played.
Bishop e6,
Okay,
allowing
that
queen
explains
c2.
it. Oh.
And Maxime instantly played queen c2. Probably means that he knows something about this position, right? He knows that this square is important.
He calculated bishop e6 while Hans was thinking.
Maybe he knows he has a field. But now this looks problematic. Here we're coming to d1 quickly, and if bishop goes back to f5, then white plays bishop e4, right?
With a knight on a6, like you're not ready for open battle yet, yeah? Like,
Yeah, this knight on a6 has the potential to become a really bad piece.
No, this is a dangerous spot. I'm sure it's equal with best play, but as I said, can't wait to use this newly gained knight b3 knowledge.
Yeah. Also, most of today's top players, they do not mind very symmetrical positions, right? Trying to outplay, just trying to get a very little bit of an advantage. Like Wesley clearly doesn't mind the Nepo MVL.
Yeah, it's probably out of necessity, and all these Petrovs and Berlins, what are you going to do? But yeah,
yeah, you don't get a lot,
they're
so
there
you
to
get
grind.
good at getting something, right?
Yeah. Okay, so Maxime now after bishop e6, which was apparently inaccurate. I mean, it's a cute move, threatening to take the piece. But also, it forced Maxime's hand with this queen c2, yeah, like takes.
Yeah.
Of course, you don't go. White might be worse.
Practically speaking, these are the worst moves that that force your opponent to make a good move.
Yeah.
It just kind of at least give them a hard time, right?
It's also the pros of a move like knight ab8 here. White has 5 sort of sensible moves, and he might have to think a bit.
Yeah.
All right.
The chess 24 chart is today very chess oriented somehow.
Really? So there to
SWAT is not there, but the chart is sort of talking about moves and ideas. We have all sorts of users. There is a user called Harigiri.
I am familiar with Harigiri.
Yeah, I think I respect Harigiri a lot, but I would prefer if he would make up his mind, either Hari or Giri. It cannot be both. I think this is.
That's a wordplay on harakiri, like using chess players.
I thought he was just a big fan of Hare Krishna and Anish Giri and couldn't make up his mind. Which I understand. Yeah, both of them very decent players.
For sure. Are you familiar with I think he's an Indian junior player, Anish Gandhi?
No, I do not know him.
It's a great chess name, no?
Anish Gandhi is not just the chess name.
The most peaceful Anish.
Gandhi. I think Gandhi was a peaceful man.
I don't know that much, actually.
I don't think you become a figure of this caliber by being quite as peaceful as they claim, but then again, maybe somebody knows it better.
So you're saying it's like Mark Zuckerberg? You don't make 1 billion friends without making some enemies?
Something like that, yes. Something like that. Maybe one day somebody will make a chessable course on Gandhi.
In German, we have the saying, Mahatma Glück, Mahatma Pech, Mahatma Gandhi. Just thought you should know.
I never heard that one.
It's a useful saying.
Yeah, it's useful, yeah. Harigiri claims that his name is just so much richer than we give it credit for.
Well, there's more than harakiri and hari.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
kiri
it
in there?
says it has double, triple meaning. Yeah.
Triple meaning. Wow.
Double, triple. Yeah.
Double, triple.
Double, triple is like 6, right?
Triple, double.
Triple, double should be 6.
No, triple, double is a lot of stuff. It's it's what Russell Westbrook gets in the NBA while his team loses. It's like triple points, triple rebounds, triple assists, usually. Triple doesn't make any sense. More than 10 points, more than 10 rebounds, more than 10 assists.
Yeah, there is also some talk about, you know how we have double checks in chess? What does a triple check look like?
I think that's if you delay the transmission, use metal detectors, and then also touch the players up manually before they get
That is a
the
triple
check.
That is a triple check, right?
Bishop f5 on the board. Well, once again, he's forcing Maxim to make the good moves.
Yeah, he should stop doing that.
Don't force the poor man. He's not going to repeat.
Yeah, he'll play bishop e4 and he'll get a good position.
Very likely. MW is saying, what makes you think he had the line prepared? You don't have to prepare knight f3 check. You just have to see bishop takes c3, which is something I saw too. You're wrong, MW. This is very well established theory. There is absolutely no way Ali Reza would go down this stretch without knowing this. How deeply he was prepared, one could be debated. I would guess bishop takes c5 surprised him, that maybe he was more in the bishop g6 camp, somewhere around here. But no, queen a5 check and knight f3. People know.
Yeah, people have known it for a while now.
They knew. Rook a8 is on the board. Is this putting Lenier out of book? That would be a good side effect if it's not the first move.
Yeah, something like king g2 looks, of course, very, very natural
So
to bring the rook in.
game.
King g2 followed by rook e1 or followed by knight e3.
Yeah, this
to me feels like an awfully unpractical way to play with black. There must be some better lines.
Which one? Berlin?
No, even within that Najdorf thing, right?
Can't claim much expertise here. Once I tried making this work, but it didn't win. It's very saddening.
It always looked like a very ugly way to play chess to me, to play h3 and then to play f3. You know?
Exactly. I was drawn to it directly, but I couldn't make it work.
Didn't Leko once play f3 and resigned after knight e3?
Leko blundered us once against Grishuk, yeah.
Yeah, this was like one of the most shocking things to blunder.
Sometimes you make the second move before the first, no? I'm sure he wanted h3 and f3, which I think he had even played before at the hand.
Yeah, no, the hand betrayed him.
Can happen. There's a correspondence game with rook ac8, so it's still fine, apparently. Looks like Alireza doesn't know or doesn't recall, or at least it took some time, yeah? We don't know. It's probably in his notes. But as discussed earlier, there's so many lines.
Yeah, there is this painful transition in every chess player's life when from like reasonably successful freestyler, you become heavy preparing theoretician, and it doesn't always work out well.
There's that. I always prepared, but for me, there was this transition where I didn't have organized files, but I knew everything about everything I would play till I had more organized files, but I didn't remember the contents of them at all anymore. I'm not sure if that's old age or just having more information or being less active or all of those things. But I remember, yeah, when I was, I don't know, let's say 21, which of course by nowadays standards is ancient, but I felt young at 21. I would know all my openings without having them organized anywhere.
Yeah, but there were also fewer lines back in the day.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
And also, Levon is playing for a win, right?
As you do. I mean, Fabi went king d3, rook d8 check, king c2. Who does that?
Well, apparently Fabi. Sort of begging for a draw, and Levon suddenly smelled blood.
Levon, he's a good psychologist, and he also thinks of himself as a very good psychologist. Yes, so if he smells blood,
yeah,
as any good psychologist, he will go for the kill.
Yeah, one thing which never changed is Levon thinking of himself as a very, very top player.
Also, as smarter than all the other guys. Like,
well, but that he is, yeah. No.
Fair enough. Yeah.
That he is. I think he still thinks that, you know, somewhere in the future there is this match that he will play against Magnus where he will beat him and everything will sort of fall into place. I think he never stopped believing this. But now that sort of Magnus quit the cycle, yeah, it's the logical chain of events is broken.
Well, you can play Ding or Nepomniachtchi.
Yeah, but it doesn't feel quite so sweet, does it?
I think he still wouldn't mind, no, become world champion at.
But first things first, right?
Late
For the
sessions,
candidates, yeah.
One step at a time.
Mm-hmm.
No, but of course, he is a very, very top player. And also, if you are the clear number two for, I don't know, 5-6 years, then in your mind, that's just the new world order. Yeah? Like even if the world order, even if others catch up in rating, doesn't mean you don't believe. That's how things are.
Yeah. No, I remember those days. Like 2012, when Levon was rated 2830, and to play him, especially with black, was an absolutely terrifying experience. So confident, so well prepared, just so good. And then I think it's not that he became much weaker. I think other players, they just started catching up.
Yeah, that, and also they actually had an opening prep with machines getting stronger and stronger. Disappeared a bit because he would win so many games just playing d4, go for a sharp line, be better prepared, be a better player.
Yes.
Game over after 2 hours, more or less. No, like certainly happened to me when I played him in the World Cup. Like I knew my semi-Slav, but he had a very fresh idea at the time that he's a better player, plays quickly, confidently. He was just an unstoppable force here, and that with the rise of the engines and black openings everywhere getting even more solid, that edge disappeared a little. Of course, goes for everybody else too, but he in particular, he was winning. Felt like every other game out of the opening with white back then.
Yeah, basically his score with white about 10 years ago was absolutely tremendous. A lot of people just didn't make it out of the opening, and very few players that did, they would lose later on, right? So this was kind of a very serious force. He was also rated 2830 or so. Yeah, he also had a rating to match his results.
Yeah, and not for one list, yeah, for a couple of years. What happened here? So Maxime went bishop e4 as expected. Hans loses time with the queen and now goes gf. This doesn't look overly sound, does it?
Well, now this tactics, with knight d5.
This is an important little trick.
Yeah, based on knight somewhere, queen takes c8, right?
Even here, do we take?
Knight d4.
Here there's also knight d4, yeah.
Queen c8,
but this still works. Yeah. And the fork.
Yeah, the fork basically does it, yeah. In many lines, you can still see the knight on a6, sort of completely useless, just standing there. This could become a theme.
Covers this square, but other than that, knight on the rim. And knight d5 is not an impossible tactic for a player of Maxime's caliber. Now you spot. You have queen c8 against everything.
Although he will have to calculate
knight f4 is coming.
Rook d8, yeah, knight f4 and various queen moves.
Stuff like this, yeah.
I wouldn't be immediately certain that this is what this is.
No, that's fair. But white is better. No, like, I mean, such a position, at the very least, it's pleasant pressure. The idiot. We'll see.
You really feel strongly about this knight, yeah?
I'll keep highlighting it. Knight on the rim. Also, knight d5 is not forced here. If we play in a more restrained manner, we're also doing great.
Yeah, this the pawn moving from g6 to f5 long term is also weakening of black's position. Just the king felt so much safer with the pawn on g6.
Yeah. More suffering for Hans. There's a question in chat, what will provide the edge over the next couple of years? Instead of the edge that Levon had back then in the opening? I don't know. I think we can see with Rustam can probably speak on this more eloquently, but that this new generation, they're happy to play more or less every position. No, they don't expect to win playing 1 d4 out of the opening, but they're very, very flexible, so it's very hard to prepare for them because they can play e4, d4, c4, knight f3, and also if you're white and you play whatever, you're one knight f3, you're not guaranteed to get one line. So they're just, I think, even more well-rounded, no? Happy to play any position and be quick, resilient, don't make mistakes. So I think it's shifting more towards universal skill than being able to hit very hard in one area.
Well, maybe essentially this is a continuation of the trend that was set by Magnus. A sort of universal approach, which is not too heavily based on openings. And I think, like in Arjun's case, and also Abdusatarov's, I don't know Vincent too well, but I think it's also similar. Yeah, clearly the overall readiness to play chess is very, very high. Like to embrace the uncertainty and to fight.
And happy to play. That doesn't mean they don't prepare very well in the opening and know a lot of stuff. But it's not like, yeah, they're not members of the Chicken Chess Club who are trying to have a semi-bluff and then, yeah, you win if your opponent doesn't know. If not, it's a draw. They just want a position and show they're stronger, faster, younger, hungrier. Which, yeah, that's very much the Magnus spirit. But it's the Magnus spirit with incredibly strong remote engines that you grew up with. So. Well, it's not just Magnus, has to be said. No, like it was the whole new generation back then, like Fabi and Nakamura, that were much more willing to play any opening than like Vichy and Kramnik. And
But
the
this
old guard that
changed,
would
right?
specialize in. At some point it changed, I guess, and they became more reliant on one opening. But young Fabi, like when he was 17, or Hikaru, also Magnus, they could play any line at any point. No, like you didn't know if you were getting Caro or E5 or C5.
No, that's true. That's true. The chess 24 chat is lost basically. They
What
got
happened to
into
them?
some labyrinths and they cannot get out.
Oh, sounds dark.
Yeah. Now they are basically discussing their favorite alcoholic beverages. White Burgundy, cider from Polish apples. Rhabarber Radler. we are getting to places we'll never get out of.
Sounds like great stuff. I just got a delivery of Rhabarber Schorle. Not sure it's very healthy. I'm sure there's a lot of sugar in it, but I do love Rhabarber Schorle.
Yeah, you're the only one.
I don't think I'm the only one. Sometimes your sound zooms out, but I'm sure you said something mean about Rhabarber, so that was okay. What's Rhabarber in English? Rhubarb?
Yeah, they were quoting this something rhubarb. I don't know how you
Rhubarb?
pronounce
Oh, no, it's pronounced either. That's good stuff. Schorle is, of course, mixing everything with sparkling water, as we do in Germany.
Yeah, Germany is the only country that does it, right?
I know. You're saying other countries don't have the blessings of Apfelschorle?
They do not.
Austria has it. Apfelsaft gespritzt, Obi gespritzt.
Yeah, Austria is one of those countries I don't know too well. I can imagine they have this.
They do have this.
They also have this chocolate cake with a secret recipe, right?
What's the secret? Chocolate?
I guess, yeah, because that's what it felt like.
It's in the name.
Chocolate.
Hungary love mixing too. It's normal, no? Like even cognac you mix with sparkling water. That's what I was taught.
I don't know if you were well taught.
I think I was well taught. Weißweinschorle, white wine with sparkling water. How can you drink anything without sparkling water? That's what I'm asking. I'll get myself a nice rhubarb schorle in the break. What's the English word for schorle? Like schorle means mixed with sparkling water. There's no term in other languages?
I think there is one for wine, yeah. It could even be spritz or something, yeah, something like this. But...
Spritz doesn't sound English.
Yeah, but something similar, something.
Ah, yeah, spritzer, maybe that is in English too.
Yeah, maybe there's something like this, yeah.
In German, spritzer sounds a bit dirty. Spritzer for wine could very well be.
I don't know if you can. Yeah, wine spritzer, yeah, apparently is a thing.
Seltzer.
Seltzer. But seltzer is just type of mineral water, no?
Alka-Seltzer. We don't know. I really want my rhubarb spritzer now. H4.
This looks mutually dangerous, right? Because both sides will get past pawns.
Levon's not afraid to mix it. Because I think had he gone back, Fabi would have gone with a draw, no?
Yeah, it's obviously King C2 is begging for a draw. And Rook D4 played instantly is also a message, right? So Rook C6, Here, for instance, because rook g2, a6 looks very dangerous, right? Yeah, bishop c5, this looks very dangerous. I was thinking that at the end you might be able to draw with 3 pawns against the rook. Takes, and then rook g6, for instance. A7, rook a6. And then you win the rook, and probably I thought this would be a draw. Take, and g5.
You're the one person in the world to probably study it. Like rook versus 3 pawns in some detail, no?
Yeah, but this is, usually when you get h3, g4, f5, it becomes a draw. Even if white is in time to...
Even when the king's here?
Even when the king is on g3, yeah. There are some exceptions, but usually it's pretty straightforward.
So this is Nietzsche.
Then f5, king f4, and then king g7. Yeah, this is a draw.
And with Chile, this position. I've
Yeah,
seen
this
before,
is
actually.
because white can never take on f5. It doesn't kind of bring very much to take on f5. But surely Levon will not have to rely on this fortress. There are
So
probably
he's
better
trying
ways
to
of
win,
that.
yeah, he will.
Yeah, rook g4, rook c6. Now, of course, king h7 is a cleverer move. And bishop b8.
This. Rook c4 is clever.
Yeah,
Something
he
like
took-
this, you could also lose with white, apparently.
Yes, of
So
course, white should
here,
never
here.
get a bishop against a few pawns, yeah, where he has kind of good losing chances.
Probably a draw, but this is what black wants.
But again, in my experience, Fabi doesn't really make mistakes in defined positions. So he knows what to do, how to do it, and what to calculate. Usually things work out for him.
Must be nice.
Yeah, in this way, he's like a computer. Sometimes I thought of him like, Fritz 5.32. He still makes mistakes, but when it comes down to just churning down variations, he can be very, very impressive.
Yeah, these old engines, they get no respect anymore, but they're probably still solid 2900 players.
Yeah, no, I remember how terrifying it was to play them. And also, I still play tournament games against engines.
Me too. I drew Hydra.
Yeah, I also played Hydra twice. I played Fritz, I played Junior. And the thing is that no matter how well you played, it was just impossible to beat them.
You can't win, yeah, because once it gets complicated, then you just can't do it. So
Well,
I
you
try
can
to lock
sometimes
up the
get a
position.
winning position, but then you cannot convert. And of course, there's people that sometimes beat Fritz in tournament games like Kasparov and Kramnik. Yeah, just they're capable of this unbelievable level of precision that just does not wane. It doesn't wane. I just could never do this.
But also Kramnik, computers were a bit stronger, but when he went for open battle against, who was it, Shredder, it didn't turn out very well. Yeah, like he managed some very specific things to ask questions, but
yeah, but
in an
I mean,
open
of
fight,
course not,
humans
yeah.
just can't do anything.
But sometimes they still won games, right? Kramnik, I think, won against Junior a couple of games.
Yeah, Junior.
And then Kasparov won a couple of games against Deep Blue and the stuff. Yeah, this is truly very, very impressive. Of course, now this competition would no longer be sensible, right? You cannot play this modern engines anymore.
But also back then, you could hope that the opening book would help you. Like in my game, I played the Carol, and I was sitting there begging for e5, which was in the opening book. Which of course the worst move a computer can play against me. Like if they take or knight c3, I'll just lose. But here, game was knight c3. I went h5, and you can hope to, keep the position close enough. But these things no longer happen.
Yeah, these things no longer happen because, like even those things, a positional evaluation, a structural change, even those things, the computers, they just do better than us.
Yeah, no, they just crush you there as well. How's Hans doing? He's hanging in there. Maxim, apparently not a computer, didn't go 95, went 94. Which makes sense. He's trying to pronounce the knight on a6 is grim, but it also allowed the knight back into business.
Yes.
So it's a bit meek, no? 94?
Maybe they didn't get the maximum out of this, yeah. It's also possible he saw some such position. He must have overestimated this, yeah, because the king on g7 looks a bit vulnerable.
Yeah, but the knight jumps is...
Knight jumps, yeah. Rook d5, knight e4, queen d3 does not look easy, but he probably...
It's on the board. This is what he wants.
This, yeah.
All right, still some pressure.
Still some life left in this position.
Need a bit of life. Although this one, which we thought might be over. This might be a bitter fight. But maybe the position now is simplified enough that Fabi can also just calculate everything there is.
Yeah, I mean, normally I wouldn't think that in a fight like this, Fabi can lose, and of course he can still win, right? If you cannot lose, then there is some probability that you can win.
I'm not sure that argument holds up.
He did play rook a6, so he's on the right path.
Track. Oh, also this move, yes, say okay.
Yeah, but it's not clear why you should leave this pawn alive on c4.
Take it with check.
Keep it simple.
So what is this? Here we win. Here we don't win. No, a food for thought, as Bogdan Lalich would say.
How do you know what Bogdan Lalich would say?
At some point, some years ago, it was very en vogue to read Bogdan Lalich's Facebook posts, and many of them would address a certain situation and then close with a food for thought.
Oh, wow. Yeah, this particular fountain of education, I
can point you to some good threads.
Mm-hmm.
That's the problem with you. You spend your time doing, I don't know, sensible things. You're missing out on so much internet nonsense, like to kill time.
Yeah.
That's why you're smarter than us. It's not fair.
No, I'm not sure that's the case. But sometimes I just think of it in, I remember Dave Chappelle saying that Twitter is not a real place. Sometimes I remind myself that, internet is, after all, not a real place.
I don't know what you mean. My phone keeps telling me, this week, you spend less time on the internet, only 10 hours per day. Not on the internet, on your phone, actually.
I just don't understand how people find the time.
Just don't do anything productive. How do you escape being addicted to your phone? That's a question we all have.
Well, I can give you a lot of interesting recipes. For instance, put your phone on a silent mode and give it to your daughter and ask her to hide your phone somewhere in the house.
I was hoping when you say I can give you a lot of interesting recipes that you had some, no, chicken curry stuff.
No, recipes to get the time to actually do some chicken curry.
Maybe it has to be done, no?
Yeah.
People also say, which I'm sure is correct, that you should, before going to bed, you should leave your phone in a different room, which obviously I never do.
Yeah, of course, yeah, you will not be tempted to check it, right?
I'd still be tempted.
Would you go down the stairs in a different room, get your phone?
Very much so. No, well, I'm sure other people have pointed this out, but I would guess I'm not alone in the addiction to my cell phone, and it's worrying me.
You're not alone, definitely not alone, and of course that's why also this sort of ridiculously artificial tough measures are required. Yeah, like not having your phone on you, losing your phone, because once your phone is there and you have the whole world at your fingertips, it's very difficult not to be tempted.
Yeah. That's what I like about tournament chess. Maybe it's the only thing I like about tournament chess. You're away from your phone for a couple hours and you don't miss it usually. You have enough problems as it is.
Yeah, once I am over the board playing some difficult position, this is the last thing on my mind. Yeah, where is my phone?
Agreed.
I just hope I don't have it on me, yeah, so it doesn't start,
Yeah, exactly. Often you even leave it in the hotel room so you don't have to worry about it. We give it to the arbiter. It's beautiful. Chess, the way to escape your cell phone.
That's probably the best advertisement for chess these days.
It's true. So rook c4, king b3 is on the board here. Queen d3 played by Maxime. Lenier out of book after rook c8 in deep thought now. That's also the problem with being a good theoretician. It's so obvious when you're out of book. No, you make these moves, you have 1:34 on the clock, then you're out of book, you have to sit there for 45 minutes. With these bluffers or these guys where you don't know, who make a move every 2-3 minutes, it's much more fluent process.
Yeah, with Nepo you would never know.
Nepo you wouldn't find out, yeah, like king g2 would be on the board.
I think
anyway,
he plays so fast that sometimes he doesn't even know himself, yeah, that he's out of book. Somehow he just continues.
I need a little break. Need to get myself a nice rhubarb spritzer. Oh, that sounds very wrong.
Makes sense though.
Has to be done. And we'll be back covering every single detail of the chess drama as we are known to on this little program. See you then.
Our moves.
Yes.
You tell me black moves.
I tell you black moves, you tell me what moves he made. You make sure you hit the clock, you know what to do.
3 minutes blind?
Let's go, let's try it. Let's see what happens. It was very cool to be in Armando's bar late at night in Barcelona playing chess. Let's go. My opponent's name is Gentil, and he's a genteel kind of guy. I mean, he was just really funny and fun. And we played a bunch of games before we played this one. I knew his level. That's why I knew I could challenge him at blindfold chess.
D4 again.
I need to touch.
Maurice, this time I gotta fix this problem.
Don't listen, you don't speak. She speaks, not you, okay? Thank you. Bishop B7, Bishop B7. So we started this game. I had only 3 minutes on the clock. I played B6. It had been effective before. We'd played a few openings in this line, so I decided to try it yet again.
A3.
You got smart. You got smart finally.
All night playing.
After all that. C5. The opening went pretty smoothly to this point, and then he played the move A3, a deep move. I kept trapping him by putting the bishop on B4 and stealing his e-pawn. So he decided no more, no mas. I didn't want to see it, so he played A3. I thought it was pretty funny that this move was going to bite him on the butt later on. I played C5, and now D5 is probably the best move. He played knight to F3, allowing me to trade and get into some kind of Sicilian formation.
F3.
Knight C6. And now knight to C6.
He does some strange songs.
Watch the clock, make sure he loses.
Knight B5.
And here he played knight to B5. And here I saw it coming. Knight dog B5.
Yeah.
Okay, D6. Pawn to D6. D6. and I was praying that he would play this line, and he did. Bishop to f4, an aggressive move, attacking the pawn on this d6 square. Of course, it's a point of concurrency, as I talk about in my course, as 3 things are converging on that point, and I have only 2 things that are guarding it. But look at all the pressure being applied to that square. I have only 1 move really, and that is to play e5 to block the bishop. It looks like a defensive move. I love moves like this. You play a move like e5, it actually is an aggressive move. He played bishop to e3. What he didn't notice was when I played e5, attacking his bishop, I was actually dominating his knight on b5. It now has no way backwards thanks to this crazy move a3 that he played earlier.
He doesn't like my knight.
Oh no, I like your knight a lot. That just simply dominates this knight. It has no squares. All those circles you see are covered by one thing or another. Either it's my pieces guarding the squares or his blocking him from going in. Domination is something that crops up again and again and again in chess, and it was great that I was able to do it. Within 9 moves, I was stealing a piece.
How's his clock?
150.
My clock?
2. Knight d4.
Dog 4?
Yeah.
Pawn takes, please.
He put his knight back to d4. Of course, thank you very much for lunch. And then he took, and now it was just time to develop my pieces.
Okay, I like my position. I know a piece.
Bishop e2.
Bishop e2, bishop e7.
King.
King what? Castle, okay. I'm saying.
The king. Yeah, it was a pretty funny scene with all the people drinking and laughing. It definitely made for a lot of fun.
b4.
What?
b4.
Boy
Pawn,
4.
pawn,
Okay.
b4.
Now he played b4, being aggressive, and so I knew that I was going to have yet another opportunity to come after him.
f3. Pawn f3.
Smart man.
Before I lose my e4 pawn.
I see. Queen c7.
How you like that, huh?
It's just a test.
Okay.
E4 knights here.
Wait till I get...
Queen e1.
Queen e1. He failed the test.
And after Queen e1, he's looking at the board. Meantime, giving me free pieces.
Oh!
Boom!
Give me the piece. It's my piece. He failed the test. He failed the test.
God.
Yeah, it's bad.
Now, what do I do now?
Now? It's late now. Talk about what do? You cry now.
Bishop d3.
Bishop
dog 3?
Yeah.
Now he played bishop to d3, and then a funny moment happened. This was crazy. I asked to play queen takes on c3. I want to play queen takes c3. And my assistant is trying to help me out by telling me not to take on c3. But I'm like, what? What are you talking about? She's saying, no, there's something on the board. I'm like, I want to take on c3. And both of them are looking at the board, not realizing that I can take. Finally, I said my rook is on c8. And they're like, oh, you can take on c3. That cost me a lot of minutes. I was so upset.
He has a queen on e1 and have a rook on c8. Queen takes knight. Go. Remember what? Queen takes knight. What is this warning? Remember, it's a free piece.
All of a sudden, I heard I only 10 seconds left on the clock, and I had to blitz the rest of the way through. Of course, I'm up 3 pieces. You can count 3 of them. I should be winning this easily.
15 seconds. Me?
15.
96. What?
E6.
You have 9 seconds. 6 seconds? What have you been doing, Issa? What the heck?
But unfortunately, my time ran out, and he won his first game against me in all those tries.
King H1.
Queen knight takes e4.
We flag.
How did we lose on time? How can we lose on time? We had so much time.
Pretty funny though. Blindfold blitz is always hilarious. This turned out to be a lot of fun. We took it all in good spirits and had a great night hanging out at Armando's bar. So if you're interested in these types of geometric ideas, you can look for my course on Chessable. The title, The Secrets of Chess Geometry.
I want a new partner.
It's all right. We're good.
I
We're
want to
good.
play normal chess.
So we're back from a little break. Not much has changed. Levon played rook c1. And your microphone is muted.
We're on, yeah. I was writing an email. And
Oh.
I don't have my rhubarb yet, so I was typing away. Anyway, what's happening? Let me finish my email. I'll mute myself. I'll be right there.
Well, not much is happening. Yeah? Not much new has happened anyway. The chat is still all over the place. Levon played rook c1. Hans is still trying to equalize, but he missed too much. Dominguez game is fun. This is correct. And yeah, rook c1 by Levon. Yeah? Interesting choice. Doesn't attack the pawn on g2. Something went wrong there.
Which position? Sorry.
Like Levon played rook c1, yeah? He made the move that does not actually attack the pawn.
How do we queen our pawn then? This looks long. Maybe it's not that long away.
We thought it important to prevent rook c6. Yeah, rook was very well placed on c6 and a lot of lines.
It's because rook also has a check here on b6. It doesn't have that check. It can get hit.
Yeah, it can get hit by bishop c7. Also, once you can take on a5, maybe you make sure that you don't lose.
All right, this is even winning.
This is even better.
But even this as a worst case scenario thing, you're not losing. You like
with 3 against 1, you will never lose. Yeah, one day you'll
get rid of this guy. Okay, it's just a draw.
Your rook c1 is more tricky, flexible.
He's a tricky, flexible guy. Maxim is also tricky, but less flexible.
His advantage is largely gone, right? What happened?
94 was a big step in the wrong direction. Apparently, rook d1 was no move in the world, wasn't the square. Rook b1, the mysterious rook move.
Any other square, yeah? But rook b1 makes sense, right? Now, pawn on b7 is hanging.
Double attack. This Maxim could play on a good day, no? Apparently, this is also more pressure. Not sure why.
Maybe now e2 is protected in some lines.
Although this looks equal as well to my puny mind. But yeah, this pawn being covered seems to be a factor. I'll be right there. I need to get my rhubarb spritzer. I put it in the freezer. It's going to be very cold.
That's a good idea. Such a German thing. Rhubarb surely. I'm looking at this position, this development. I cannot help but think that Maxim is completely out of sorts. Somehow unmotivated. Yeah, this game will probably be drawn. And like, I still expect Caruana Aronen to finish in a draw. So yeah, maybe it is true. Yeah, maybe Liniers game against Alireza will be the only game to really get sharp. Is it true that Lenier is thinking for 56 minutes already? This cannot be true, no? But it's been a while, yeah, after Rook AC8. Yeah, of course, it's sort of 42 minutes, this sort of really long. I mean, the moves that we spend, 1 hour on or 40 minutes on, 50 minutes, this never works. It really never works. One just wastes time and doesn't really make a different move. But Lenny actually finally made a move here. He played h4. Maybe this was kind of the big decision we were waiting for.
Here we are. Lenier played h4. So direct.
Played h4, yeah, very, very direct. It's not the only move, but it is logical, right? He tries to bring his rook into play, and Black should try to exchange queens, right? Somehow.
White won't play along now. Why not
Yeah.
e3? And then GH.
As long as the queens are on the board, Black will suffer here.
Yeah. The drawback of h4 is maybe it makes it a little more move by move now. Alireza knows what's up and he can use his calculating skill to find his way out.
Do you think he calculates better than the rest?
I think he calculates better than Lenier, like other things being equal.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what the calculating ranking is. I would also guess it very much depends on the position. You can't say.
Mm-hmm.
In any random position, all the guys calculate equally well now.
Yeah. I have always been very impressed with how Fabi calculates.
Yeah.
He calculates really very, very cleanly. And also he used to have the problem that he would get completely carried away and his calculation would no longer be realistic. And I think at some point he solved this. This was kind of very important.
Magnus was talking about these two types of players. The one type that calculates long lines and calculates very deeply, and the other type that calculates short lines and then makes an assessment of the position much more quickly.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, he's had Fabi in the first camp and himself more in the second camp, although he thought of himself as a bit of a hybrid there. And he said Nepomniachtchi was very, very good at calculating short lines very quickly, but sometimes lacked a bit of depth. Of course, as with any generalization, there will be gray tones to it, but I think there might be something to it.
Yeah, no, I think Fabi had this classical upbringing in his calculation, yeah, that his coaches required depth. So depth is what they got.
How do you do it? He would sit there with these incredibly complicated whatever Dvoretsky exercises and had to solve them in half an hour. Like, nice.
Now, also my coach in Uzbekistan used to do this. We solve this position and then we go for lunch, and so you sort of you have to get it done.
So what's Fabi calculated now? Bishop c3. Wants to make sure this check hits thin air, and then he can go back to this. So what's he up to?
Yeah, I still have a feeling that he's covering a1. I still have a feeling that black is risking more in this position than white.
How do we make a draw? Let's try to make a draw. Here, you give a check. You go, yeah.
Bishop b6. This is probably a pretty good way of making a draw.
This looks safe, doesn't it? We go
Yeah,
here.
it does look good, yeah.
Ugh, I feel refreshed.
Like you're walking advertisement for Rababa Shoulder. What is Rababa? Is it some sort of a root or is it a berry? Or what is it?
I don't know. I always thought it was the guy who cut this Egyptian god's hair.
Oh, wow.
Hmm.
This went metaphysical very quickly.
Yeah. But honestly, I have no idea. Isn't it? It's this pale thing.
What pale thing? King H7.
It's a berry. Everything's a berry. What else is a berry? Bananas were berries? I always get very confused on what are
I
berries.
think banana is a berry. I think watermelons are berries.
That's some big berries.
Some big berries. Yeah, I think this is a thing. I think strawberries. What are strawberries? They also strawberries are called strawberries.
It's in the name. It would be very deceptive if they weren't berries.
Yeah. I think one of them is called a berry, but not a berry, and watermelons are berries, and cashews are not nuts.
Blackberry, chuckberry. Cashews aren't nuts?
Cashews aren't nuts, no.
What are cashews?
Cashews are some sort of fruit or legume, yeah, they're not nuts.
I'm not buying any of this stuff. Also, tomatoes are vegetables.
No, but cashews are just not nuts. They're sweet, kids love them. They're not nuts.
What are nuts? Macadamia? Are those nuts? Kids love
Yes, those are
too.
nuts, and almonds are nuts, and all sorts of nuts are nuts, but not cashews.
That's very useless information. Maxim, he's not going to win. Unless he tries to go nuts here, but nah. Takes, rook d7. Can we take, or what's the problem?
Yeah, the drawing margin here should be so huge.
This is maybe the best he can get, but still looks drawn, basically, doesn't it?
The rook endgame, the rook on f3 is passive, man.
Peanuts are beans?
But this sounds like useful information.
Sounds wrong.
Did you read about this on the internet?
No, I read in the chat.
The chat is on the internet.
Not to me.
Somebody says cashews are botanically classified as seeds because they grow inside whatever. Because they grow inside the cashew fruit, which is also known as the drupe. What the hell is it? I just don't understand. I know cashews are not nuts.
All right, I'll Google it.
The seeds of strawberry are nuts, apparently.
Cashew. Tropical evergreen tree, blah, 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 that produces the cashew seed and the cashew apple, accessory fruit. Where's the part where you tell me if they're nuts?
No nuts.
Young cashew fruits. Top cashew nut. It's literally called cashew nut.
Yeah, but it's not a nut. I mean, you'd be calling a lot of things nuts, yeah. Not all of them are actual nuts.
I've been called nuts.
Apparently, Brazilian nuts are the best.
Yeah, there are no nuts. They're the seeds of the fruit of the cashew tree. All right. Now that that mystery is solved, we know who Kasimdzhanov is. Are there any open questions? B6 by Hans.
Yeah, this game will be drawn.
Good enough. Right? Hard to believe anything else could happen. Where's Lawrence Trent? Lawrence Trent is in Malaga. He's partying with our friend Jordan van Foreest, living the life. They're pretending like they're 22 years old again, which Jordan's case, he's 23. That's easier. Lawrence at age 39, it's getting harder, but he's still reaching that intensity.
Lawrence can be very intense sometimes.
Very true. You might only know his mellow persona on the broadcast, but he's a party animal. I don't think Lawrence is in his 40s yet.
But we are.
Hard to deny at this point. King h7 played by Levon. He's not afraid of rook c6. Why isn't he afraid? About this move, maybe. Now he can go here. He's a smart man.
Yeah, let's see how this goes.
Has Lawrence peaked in chess? I don't know which part of this question the pronunciation is on. Like, has Lawrence peaked in chess or has he peaked in chess? I don't know. I would guess he's a little underrated right now. He's what
is his
2,390,
rating?
like 2,3 something. He should be higher rated. But
I
if he can
remember
get back,
him close to 2,500, was he not?
yeah. But he's a busy man. Very hard to improve your chess if you're as busy as Lawrence.
Well, busy people.
Maybe his big announcement will address that issue.
Yeah, his announcement better be big.
My King Falls saying, pressing question for Jan. Do you have any funny German animal names that if you translate to English would sound ridiculous? Let me think. What's elephant in English? We have Faultier. Faultier is a sloth. If you translate it to English, it would mean lazy animal.
But that's true for a lot of languages, right?
Faultier?
Yeah, sloth is a lazy animal in quite some languages.
Ah, okay. Honey badger, that's the same word. Honigdachs. Everyone's favorite animal. I know you're not big on internet stuff, but the honey badger don't care videos you've seen, right?
Come again?
Honey badger doesn't give an F. You haven't seen the honey badger videos?
No, I have not. No.
That one we have to. Next break. Go on YouTube and let's cover some basics like honey badger doesn't give an F, and also iguana versus snakes.
I've seen pythons against alligators. Does this
also good?
Does this qualify as a general education?
No. You need to watch iguana versus snakes. First watch the normal one, and then watch it with Snoop Dogg commentary. It's a whole different experience.
Oh yeah, that one I've actually seen. Yeah,
Oh,
the
that one
Snoop
you've
Dogg
seen.
one I've seen.
Okay, that's good. Then, yeah, you need to learn about the honey badger. He doesn't care.
Never thought he did.
You were right all along. Queen d3 by Linier. Apparently this is a draw.
It's a very strange move to make, yeah? Queen g6 check. King f8, yeah? Queen h6, king e7.
Is this to have queen g7?
It's not easy to decide upon. Looks like a dangerous line, yeah? It could be
What about this?
discarded automatically.
Then h6 is falling, but still nothing there. The rook h8 once again is an issue.
Yeah, and if white goes f4, for instance, instead of queen h4.
Still rook h8.
Yeah, this is very important. Yeah, once you catch the queen, then white has nowhere to run.
This feels a little easier to calculate. No, this rook takes h4 business.
Yeah, GH looks like you're asking for trouble.
This one Alireza could do. Why doesn't it have perpetually? No, like here. Oh, but here, okay. Why should it be worse?
The game somehow continues.
Random stuff. The game ends. Okay, give a computer any sharp position and usually you will find some move repetition in it.
Yeah, people are less good at this.
Stupid people. Is Hans finding a way to get under pressure here? Rook e6 looks a bit clumsy. That's too solid here.
I know, rook d4, yeah, it looks like white could easily get a playable position.
How is such?
At least it's not over yet, right? Cannot do this.
Should hang the rook ideally. No, this could be suffering all of a sudden. Obviously, he doesn't have to go rook c5, but seems like there's more play than Maxim deserved, no?
Give him a little play.
Doesn't deserve that much play.
It's such a rough tournament.
So the good news for us, still 3 games going. All of the 3 games have some potential to end quickly, but usually one of them will drag along, no?
Yeah, actually, I wouldn't be 100% sure of a draw in any of these 3 games.
Fair.
All of them.
This one will be a draw. They're too good to blunder anything here.
No.
Nope.
No, I'm sure that Fabi will not lose. I'm less sure about Levon.
Okay, lose. Let's try. I'll make moves myself. I want to stop this guy. I want to push my pawns. It's hard to lose.
Let's say white goes rook f6 here.
You expect me to blunder king g8, rook h6, but I'm not going to do it. I would panic, however, that I missed rook f6.
You would definitely panic, wouldn't you?
I would go g4.
Yeah, rook f7.
I would try to break free. And still draw
rook f4 looks logical. And then you would go king g5. But king g5 you wouldn't do, because you'd be afraid of some bishop d2 somewhere.
I'd be afraid of some rook g4 somewhere. Okay, fair. I'll go king h5.
King h5, and he still wouldn't lose, right?
It's a draw, sir.
Point taken. Point taken.
He's not going to lose. Here, let's see, would I lose this? He played this. What would I do? I'd think about rook c5, but then think, nah. Then I'd think about rook c3. Then I'd wonder if I achieved anything here. Probably go nah.
What about check immediately, like after rook g4 check? Instead of king g2, you have rook g6, right?
No.
Rook g6 and then takes, rook b6 and then rook c3. This is a happy
This I can calculate, yeah. So what would I do? Probably I'd put all my rooks here. Try to chase this rook around. No, I'd hold this as well.
I'm not sure you want this, like when it says h4, rook d6, do you really want to exchange the rook?
Very much so.
Rook g4, rook g6, rook f4, rook f6.
You know what's coming.
I knew it. Yeah, you're right, there is nowhere to run.
Yeah, then we take this guy and make a draw. No. We've established I would hold both these positions with black. They might as well quit playing now. Rook h4 also played. Here I'd recapture.
Good call.
King f7 I will also spot. Because after this you want rook h8.
This position looks weirdly familiar to me.
Wow, it's in your notes?
I have a feeling it might be.
All right, it's all going to be a draw. See you guys tomorrow. Thanks for watching. Been a great pleasure.
But before you go, what are your top 5 favorite movies?
It's a tough question because there's so many good movies, so many genres. And it's also a question, what are my favorites or what are the best movies, right?
What are your favorites? We're not the best movies.
Okay. I'll give you some personal favorites. Starship Troopers. I love Starship Troopers.
Okay.
These bugs, they're up to no good. I think that's the message of the movie. We got to stop the bugs. I really like the South Korean movie Burning. Didn't get as much hype as Parasite, but big fan. There's this documentary called Minding the Gap, which I recommend. I think it won an Oscar for Best Documentary, but it's not widely watched. I found it very touching. Addresses all kinds of topics like what about what about your chances when you grow up in the quote-unquote wrong place? Then yeah, racism. It's also a touching story of friendship. I found it very well made.
That's 3.
Okay, now let's get to the movies that I really watch. Anchorman, Kung Fu Hustle. I've seen both these movies more than 10 times.
Okay,
And
beautiful.
I will watch them again. There you go. What about yours?
I would just like to mention that you named 5 movies I have not seen.
I was trying to give you some movies you hadn't seen. Of course, I can say Goodfellas 1 and 2 are the best movies, but
Not a fan.
Godfather. There's no Goodfellas 2. Goodfellas 1, 2. I'm going nuts. So give me 5 movies. I'll help you with number 1. It's Constantine. Number 2 on your list is Mulholland Drive. That much we know, but you need 3 more.
Well, I mean, there are some obvious choices. Like a Vertigo, yes, and Usual Suspects, yes, and Godfather, yes, and but we need something more obscure, right? Something.
No, it's all fine. That's what I mean. I don't think anybody's gonna argue about Godfather 1 and 2.
I really liked Miracle in Cell Number 7, Turkish version. That was
What's it called? Murder in Cell Number 7?
No, Miracle in Cell Number 7.
A Miracle. Okay, that's better than Murder. Not familiar.
I thought Big Fish was quite something.
I love Big Fish.
Yeah, Big Fish.
Always makes me cry and believe in humanity and wonder. It's a beautiful movie.
And I thought that recent Danish movie by Winterberg, yeah, it's called I think Another Round. The German title is Der Rausch. I thought it was very, very good. And I think Festen is of an unreachable level.
I think Jachten is better than Festen. Love Festen too, but Jachten in English it's The Hunt with Mads Mikkelsen. I think it's Winterberg's masterpiece. In a way, it's an antithesis to Festen, showing the other side. But I love that movie so much. Highly, highly recommend it if you haven't seen it. And you know me, I like watching Anchorman, so I wouldn't give you too much artsy crap. Jachten is just a fantastic movie. But Festen is also a masterpiece, of course, no disagreement.
Yeah, Festen is very, very special. And some movies that are considered known masterpieces, I was never a fan, like Shawshank Redemption is mentioned.
It's all right.
Never thought it was a big deal. The Green Mile, just didn't do it for me. Fabi's favorite movie, Almost Famous, also didn't do it for me. Just didn't do it.
I didn't know. You must have mentioned, but I thought Fabi was more of a cabin in the woods. Or
yeah, but his heart is really was Almost Famous. Yeah, this is very close to him. Really loves that one. Yeah. Once we watched it together, I think it was 2016. I think Lawrence was in the room. Maxim slept through this movie like he slept through all the other movies as well.
So he does it. King E7 by Ali Reza. Maybe he's playing for a win, or maybe he doesn't have a computer. But he's getting the pawn with check.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he thinks that bringing the king to b8 is a good idea.
Thinks he can't lose this, probably rightly so, yeah, with the 3. But hang on, we have a draw, no? You know, that's my superpower. Spotting move repetitions.
A superpower which only occasionally fails you, man.
Sometimes does fail me. Could I lose the endgame? Maybe I could, yeah.
Yeah, I really don't think you should go for the end game as well.
No. But then do we have a repetition? We do. No?
Ah, you have a repetition, yes. You will not lose this one.
Beautiful. Chat, instead of just absorbing our wisdom about movies, now they're just mentioning inferior movies. Please, chat. Sex and the City, the movie. Does she get together with Mr. Big or not? Forget about it. We've watched Papillon. The one with Steve McQueen and Dustin Hoffman is great. The remake with Rami Malek, didn't do it for me. King F3, this is a draw, even if you lose this pawn. The word on the street is this is an easier draw than if your pawns are not doubled, because these guys are very tenacious defenders. Whatever comes their way, they will just chop it off. They're like Urukai.
Urukai are not tenacious defenders, they're more of attacking force.
That's true there.
You need some Plants versus Zombies references. There you have some good defenders.
Who's the best defender on Plants versus Zombies? I like the blue flower, slowing the opponents down.
Gotta slow them down. Now, which you played a different one, yeah? And the one I played, you'd have some watermelons with some slowing effect.
Those also exist, yeah, in adventure mode. But I excel and specialize in Plants vs. Zombies Vase Breaker.
Yeah, at some point I thought, maybe in the last 10 years you'd move on, but you still break them vases.
At some point you are who you are. You like Plants vs. Zombies. Ice King Frost saying, I give you some great movies. Crimson Tide with Denzel Washington. Man Under Fire. It's called Man on Fire with Denzel Washington. Training Day with Denzel Washington. Flight with Denzel Washington. I like the consistency there, Ice King Frost. I love Man on Fire.
Man on Fire is great.
Yeah.
It is also absolutely identical to Equalizer in every way.
But it was the first of the wave of these thousands of movies. No, probably not the first, but it was before Taken and John Wick and Equalizer and Equalizer 2. He was on fire early.
He was on fire, but it's funny, when you have the same actor playing the same role again and again and again.
But to me, Denzel Washington, he's always Denzel Washington. He's like George Clooney. He's always George Clooney.
No, I really liked him as Frank Lucas. I thought this was a very good movie. What was it called? American Gangster.
Not a Star Wars guy. I watched American Gangster. I thought it was a bit slow.
I like slow movies. Irishman.
I know. This gotta be a draw. Inside Man is a good movie.
Inside Man is where they break into the bank, yeah?
I think there's already a guy inside.
There is already a guy inside. I thought this movie was completely ridiculous.
How dare you?
I just did.
What's going on here? Fabi is pushing, but Levon will be in time. And hands will be shaken. I'd be a bit scared here. But this I wouldn't lose. I like this. Because I know the plan. We go here.
You also don't need to, right?
No, but
Would you like to?
I do like to. See, lost already. The Night Whisperer saying 2 really good movies I've seen recently are The Experiment and Unthinkable. Movies that really affects you. Unthinkable is weird. I haven't made up my mind if this is clever or just, torture porn. I couldn't figure it out.
Yeah, I mean, I personally just don't like disturbing imagery. Sort of got used to disturbing imagery in my times with Fabi, but I never got to like this.
You're referring to Fabi's movie tastes, of course.
Yes. I mean, he likes them.
Just to clarify.
He likes them somehow violent. Last things we saw together were like, I think, what was this movie called? About dancers in Berlin. It was either called Disturbia or something of the kind.
Disturbia, I've watched. It's a Hitchcock light movie with Shia LaBeouf.
Yeah, this was also this one we watched, but this is not what I'm referring to. What is this movie called? It's based in a dance school in Berlin, and it's like massively disturbing. Probably the chat knows it. It's called something like along this line, like Luxuria, but not quite. Disturbia, but not quite.
Euphoria.
Euphoria is similar, but
Suspiria.
I think so, yeah. I think it is, yeah. So yeah, this one, yeah, Suspiria. He was telling me how much he loved that movie, like the whole of the lockdown. He was sitting at home.
Oh, well, that's Dario Argento. That's just sickening stuff usually, no?
I
also can watch it.
Suspiria. I mean, I watched it, but I didn't think this was kind of...
Come on, Fabi. Get it together. Watch some Anchorman.
And then we watched that French dancing movie. What was that called?
What's wrong with you people?
Yeah, the dancing movies. We like the dancing movies. Yeah.
I haven't seen a single French dancing movie in my entire life.
Yeah, there was this equally disturbing French dancing movie. Big Lebowski is not the French dancing movie, but a decent movie in its own right. Yeah, I think that is what it is. Yeah, it was called Climax. Yes.
Oh yeah, that I wanted to see actually. I heard that one's weird.
Yeah.
Doesn't have a plot, but disturbing imagery and so on. Yeah, I haven't watched it, but I wanted to see that.
Yeah, in a way, it is an interesting experience. But okay, nothing too pleasant to watch. Yeah, this is true. This is Gaspar Noé, right? Or,
yeah.
Yeah, Gaspar Noé. Yeah. Fabi is big on Gaspar Noé.
Fabi has weird tastes. He seems like such a down-to-earth, mellow guy. Then he watches all the sick stuff.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, I actually had to learn to do this so that I can watch movies with him. So I actually had to sort of overcome my initial trepidation.
Yeah. Can we get mated here? No, it's hard.
It's impossible to get mated. Cannot get mated.
Stupid porn would do the trick.
Also, is it just me or are games today not...
They're barely games, no?
They're not too exciting, right? I don't feel moved by the content yet.
No, I wish there was anything happening in the chess world to talk about.
It's just absolutely nothing.
It's just nothing. Yeah.
Mm.
This will be a draw. This will be a draw. And if Linier spots the perpetual, this could also be a draw. We could be out of here by 11.
God bless you.
Which Super GM is most likely to enjoy movies like Brain Dead and Bad Taste?
Definitely
Those?
Fabi, no?
Is that Fabi? That's not really his type of horror.
Oh,
He wants
that
it more
is very-
disturbing, no?
No, that is very Fabi.
All right.
He was once showing me some scenes from those movies.
So what does he like about it? I'm just
He
the
just
comical
really-
violence, or does he?
He just
does
really
he get
likes
scared?
disturbing imagery.
All right, fair enough. Because he's not easily disturbed.
He's not at all moved by any of this. Yeah, this is somehow he still is looking for this, for something that might, disturb him a little bit. That's why I think he liked the Suspiria. He thought that even by his standards, there was something going on.
So he's just trying to feel something, yeah, and has to get more and more extreme.
Exactly.
Oh, this is dangerous, Fabi.
Yeah, his game today.
He didn't feel much. He didn't catch Levon with his line. And Levon expertly played rook takes g7. Oh no, Fabi expertly played rook g7. King
He just
h8,
played
bit of a
king
blunder.
H8, like,
It's
yeah.
fine though. That's cute though. I like it. Point is, you can't win this, and you don't try at this level. I had to hold this, maybe the biggest game of my long, fruitless chess career, against Sargsyan back in 2011. But I knew my king has to go here. But usually it's not continued much. Sargsyan, by the way, he's what age? He's like 40?
Yeah,
he just broke
must be about
2700,
40,
no?
yeah. Not for the first time. He's been 2700 before.
He's not peaking. I think he reached his peak rating this one. Let me look it up. That's impressive. Sargsyan. 39, 2711, which is his peak rating, reached in September 2022. Shout out to Gabriel Sargsyan.
Oh, he won a lot of games. Yeah, he beat Fabi in the Olympiad. He beat Mamedyarov, who was black.
Shirov.
Yeah, he won a lot of games when they counted.
Chat is recommending Tucker and Dale versus Evil. But that's more of a funny movie, no? They wouldn't do it for Fabi. I like this movie called The Haunt. No, I think it's just called Haunt. Maybe that's something for Fabi.
But you also recommended Midsummer to me, no?
Yeah.
Now this is Fabi stuff. Yeah, this is not what I just don't like this stuff. I like
Midsommar. It's properly disturbing, no? Like
no, I just like I
was a big
like
fan.
good movies. This is my problem.
That's a good movie.
No, it's just kind of disturbing imagery.
I'm gonna tie on the Midsommar is good hill. Hereditary, I didn't think was great, but Midsommar.
I thought Hereditary
Good
was
stuff.
at least it had a plot. It had some sort of an idea.
What plot did it have?
It had
Haunted
some
house
sort
on the hill and next to the forest, like in every horror movie, and then some random made-up nonsense about demons. Like,
well, at least
yeah, one good scene.
At least there was made up stuff, yeah. But in Midsummer didn't even have contents.
What are you talking about? It's a Swedish cult. They're up to no good. It's not obvious. They're so friendly. They're Swedes, Scandinavians. It's in broad daylight. But that's evil.
They eat Icelandic yogurt,
They eat skier. Ugh, we're talking disturbing movies now. What movie genre do you like? I don't know. In general, I would think I like all genres. I don't watch a lot of romantic comedies. I guess the problem is we don't have that many good movies anymore. Like, I'm a child of the 90s. I like The Usual Suspects, Fight Club, Pulp Fiction, Reservoir Dogs,
Yeah.
Zodiac. We had good movies then.
Yeah, years later, I began to wonder, Pulp Fiction, was it really as good as we thought it was?
Nah, it was good. Come on. Watching Pulp Fiction for the first time, there's
Yeah,
so
for the
many
first time,
raw-
it felt very special. And later I
Yeah.
started thinking, maybe in some ways, for instance, Kill Bill, maybe it's just a better movie, a more perfect creation.
Sure, but Pulp Fiction is the first one.
Pulp Fiction was the first, yeah, difficult to argue with them.
Well, Reservoir Dogs was the first, but the first one breaking breaking through like that. No, I still my favorite upon rewatching is Inglourious Bastards. I think that movie is very underrated.
And well, I mean, I think as far as underrated movies go, I think also Jackie Brown is very, very underrated.
I haven't rewatched that. I thought it was crap for Tarantino standards when I saw it, but it's been a long, long time.
Yeah, I thought it had some nice moments.
Yeah, maybe I should rewatch. Anyway, movie genres, yeah. No. I'm not big on horror and I'm not big on romantic comedies.
True romance, nice romantic comedy.
It's not really a romantic comedy.
It has word romance in it. It's romantic comedy.
That's true.
And it is funny. I like courtroom dramas. Like
Did you watch
The Fracture? I rewatch it a lot.
That's the one where Anthony Hopkins is up to no good?
Yes, exactly. Yeah, one of the 27,000 movies where Anthony Hopkins is up to no good.
I like that movie. It didn't get great reviews. I thought it was charming.
I just absolutely love it. Yeah, I think it has a great pace, great style, and perfect performance by some actors. Really, really good stuff.
As our boy Ryan Gosling.
Yeah,
Manchester by the Sea. Anyone seen that? Of course I've seen that. It's very, very depressing. It's a great movie.
And
But it's
Rosamund
not
Pike is so
rewatchable.
great, no? In every movie.
Yeah, Jack
Don't you
Reacher.
think?
Mhm.
The Gone Girl.
I'm trying to think of a good courtroom drama for you. Do you see The Trial of the Chicago 7?
No.
It's on Netflix. It's pretty good. Sorkin.
I remember like old classics, yeah. Witness for the Prosecution, right? Witness for the Prosecution, I think.
12 Angry Men?
12 Angry Men. Good stuff.
That's like Sinquefield Cup, no? 12 Angry Men.
No, Sinquefield Cup is more like 9 barely motivated gentlemen.
That's a weaker title, I feel like. And he is trying to go for the perpetual. Attaboy.
I know we're supposed to sell contents, but this is truly a really boring round today.
Somehow. Last couple rounds, the main action has been away from the board now, and it does affect the players. Our boy Fabi said he couldn't focus on chess on the rest day than on the day of his game. Well, his mind was elsewhere.
Fabi
And now we all know where his mind was. He started his chess podcast with Christian Kirilla. He was busy with that.
He has a chess podcast.
Just started.
Oh, wow.
The Chicken Chess Club has new competition.
Yeah, I gotta check this out. Really curious what he has to say.
Chessful is saying, Jan, did you and Magnus just kill time watching TV shows during your training camps? No, there wasn't much TV watching at some point. Because Magnus, he likes this French show, Le Bureau de Legend, which is a great show, French spy show. But he had a couple episodes only in French without subtitles for whatever reason. So Laurent's job was just to translate everything that happened in that show to Magnus for a couple hours. So that has happened, but it hasn't been the norm.
I'm really looking forward to the time when players will come to super tournaments that actually don't mind playing some chess.
Why? Will be even longer. Maybe then they also need commentators who don't mind commentating. Like it's going to be a completely new chess club.
I just think would be just so much more interested in what they do. Yeah, this is today is really not charming. Dog Day Afternoon, good movie.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Say what you will about this guy Magnus, but he usually tried to play chess. He shouldn't withdraw from the tournaments.
Yeah, I actually thought like his game against Nepomniachtchi was a really nice game, the first round, and in a way it was of course a pity to lose him so quickly.
No,
also I think
boys, we've talked about this. We still need Magnus and Fabi in the gang. I'd have 5 of the gang and 5 of the boys. They all have 2730 now. The rating gap isn't that big.
Mm-hmm.
Like Gukesh, Erigaisi, Keimer, Abdu Satorov.
Mm-hmm.
And you make them play against Magnus, Ding, Fabi, Nepomniachtchi, Levon. What's not to like?
Now we also saw this, right? Like at the Olympiad. For instance, Caruana Abdusattarov was a properly exciting game.
Caruana, Gukesh, okay. Fabi was a bit broken at that point, but it was fun.
No, this were good games, and games by Vincent, and all these games, they were just good games. And this is so dry and not even shaken or stirred. Yeah, just.
Well, it's very, very high tech. No, I mean, this is all theory until here. 3 more moves draw. This liaison book until at the very least here, maybe more, and then it peters out quickly.
Yeah. And okay, Fabi Levon is not really a game. Yeah, this is.
Fabi Levon is not much of a game, and this. Okay, Maxim had some chances.
Maxim had some chances, but blew them, right?
Yeah, he just
and nothing
wasn't
came out
precise.
of this, yeah. Maybe what this round is lacking is Wesley.
Where's Wesley when you need him?
Exactly.
Is he doing commentary? So you're thanking the anti-cheating team?
People are still on movies. Django, Devil's Advocate.
People just mention random movies, no?
Mm-hmm.
Ali Reza, he wants to play, but it's going to be hard to keep this game going, no? He does try the Queen C5, avoids King D7, Queen H7. How does the line go if we give a check?
Yeah, Queen D5 and then check. It doesn't do anything, right?
Check.
King D7, Queen H7,
Check.
you're just trying to lose, right?
If you go back, you're asking for trouble, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
He might do it. But also, can we escape the checks? King H8, Queen C7, you could escape it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's the dream. No perpetual. So, Ali Reza.
Did he play, yeah, Queen C5? I feel it's just a different way of making a draw, right?
Yeah, but I think if he wanted to go home, he could have played King T7. No, I mean, you get the move repetition, surely. And he decided, not yet. He did the Chereshevsky, repeated once. Chess asking, is this draw after queen takes queen? No, that seemed to be bad. And then DC. And black is just very quick. Well, these pawns aren't a big factor. But any other move seems to maintain whatever. You want to call it dynamic quality? Like,
Actually, I just realized that black no longer has 2 pawns, right?
it's just one pawn.
It's just one, yeah. Somehow in that hurricane, he lost one of his pawns.
People have lost more in hurricanes.
That is true.
This also just ends the game, no? Inch 6 and back.
I don't think black has reasons to play for a win here.
No. Once the knight comes, it's also black who has to be careful. No? Maybe with the king here. Still, Lanier. How do you pronounce his name? I always meant to do it differently. It's Lanier, yeah?
That's how I would say it, yeah.
So the R is very much pronounced. Lanier.
Mm-hmm.
He's gonna do some thinking now. Let's move, what is it, 36? So we're close to the time control. Here's enough to try to figure this out.
Queen e4 check looks extremely natural. Well, he's a very naturally aggressive player. He likes to sort of try his luck.
And yeah.
Yeah. He's one of those, fighters.
Not a fan. Maybe he's not perceived as such because of his mellow persona and methodical approach, but yeah, he's not a chicken, yeah?
He's not at all a chicken, yeah. It's not at all a chicken. And movie news, actually, Nona Gabrindashvili settled with Netflix, or rather, Netflix settled with her, right?
Yeah, good news for her, probably. Yeah, made some money.
Yeah. I think she'll never need money again. Probably not in many generations. This is a good thing that it's actually quite a funny case, because Netflix lawyers, they argued they can say whatever they like because they made all this stuff up. But her lawyers argued that, well, whilst everything else is made up, she's not made up, she is real. And she's a real person who got offended by the remarks that were not true. And the judge said, yeah, obviously, yeah.
But I always wonder how this works. Like the crown, Prince Charles not happy. He doesn't have a case. Like, why doesn't he have a case?
Well, because also I think in the reference to Gabrindashvili, they also just stated completely incorrect facts. Maybe the crown sort of kept more accuracy on the facts.
Okay, I'll be careful arguing that case. I don't have Netflix money. But the crown, isn't that largely made up, but still based on? I don't know. I've never watched The Crown. I just heard. It's King Charles now, yeah? The world has changed.
That's King Charles now, yeah.
Yeah. His Majesty. Good point.
It's of course probably very difficult to be a monarch after his mother ruled for 70 years, right?
Has to be. He's 73 years old. And yeah, his mom was queen pretty much all his life. She saw 10 French presidents during her reign.
15 prime ministers in Great Britain, and I think like 100 American presidents.
Only 15? But they change every year.
In UK, no, Churchill
Yeah.
was forever and Margaret Thatcher was forever.
Yeah, the post used to be a bit more steady, that's
Mhm.
true. The Royals get a nice salary. Oh. Where do you apply? But sometimes, I hear this limelight as a royal can also be stressful. So people want out, and then they start podcasts and Instagram accounts and make deals with Netflix to avoid the limelight.
Making deals with Netflix. Yeah. How much limelight did you avoid?
That's sort of my point.
Yeah. Like all sorts of people are starting podcasts, right?
Fabi, Meghan Markle. I think that's the list.
I really should check out that Fabi podcast. Maybe I should check out your podcast.
You should be a guest on our podcast. It'll be great fun. You can speak your mind freely, not here where we're self-censoring. Like only Peter Heine demands transparency, but then doesn't give us anything. But other than that, we can finally get your honest thoughts about Magnus, Fabi, the world of chess, your biggest enemies, the biggest chicken in chess. Should be fun for everybody.
The last thing you want are my honest thoughts.
How many world champions did the Queen live through? I don't know, 70 years. Who was world champion 70 years ago? Kasparov?
Well, as a queen, she became a queen in 52. So
52. Is Botvinnik around already? I'm so.
But Botvinnik is already around, yeah.
Avro is 48, yeah.
So no, Avro was 38. And
So
then,
there's another.
No, but this was Groningen and something. This is 46.
What's 48? Is Avro 48? No.
No, Avro 38. And Avro was a qualification, and then Keres won it. And the match did not happen because of the World War. And then there was the tournament. Groningen 46 is not a thing. Yeah, 48. Yeah, it's Hague, Moscow, but it's not Avro.
You're right. Avro is 38. But what's this 48 World Championship tournament?
Well, this was in various countries, right? It's Hague, Moscow, apparently, according to the user Pontiani scheme. That sounds right. Yeah, I thought 46 Groningen, but Groningen was not a world championship.
Yeah, no, Botvinnik wins in 48, but yeah, you're
48,
right.
so Botvinnik, and then Smyslov and Tal, and
well, everybody got to hold the title a bit, then Botvinnik would take it back. But eventually to go.
Yeah. So Botvinnik era ended in 63. Spassky came in 69, 72 we had Fischer, 75 Karpov, 85 Kasparov, and then the rest.
'85 Kasparov, 87 Kasparov, 88 Kasparov.
No, basically
90 Kasparov.
The line was broken, right? Just like Isildur's sword.
The line was broken in the 90s.
And basically just never got remade, yeah, because everything that happened after that is just kind of travesty of justice.
Fair enough. And now the line got broken again with Magnus not playing the next match.
Yeah, now it got broken for the I don't know what time. Yeah, of course, the first big thing, the first real big blow to recent chess history was Fischer not playing against Karpov. This had sort of reverberations through history.
So did we establish how many world champions the Queen lived or reigned through?
I think Botvinnik was the 6th world champion, was he not? So Capablanca was the
Botvinnik.
3rd, and Alika and Oeve, so 6, and Kasparov was 13th. And then it depends if you count people like Kramnik and Topalov and so on.
Fair enough.
Because, okay, I mean, due respect to Kramnik, he never qualified for a world championship match, which I think is a kind of commonly forgotten point. I still don't understand, like in no other sport would it be possible to play a world championship match whilst losing the qualification.
Wow. Ding did it.
Well, Ding's case is still a bit different, no?
Yeah, of course it's different. But he also didn't qualify for the qualification, and he didn't qualify in the qualification. He made the match.
He didn't do either, but then we at least had, you know, the monarch kind of abdicated his throne. But in that case, we actually had a winner who was eager to play. And the one who won the qualification, and somehow the chess world just kind of accepted this.
We forgot Cazorla 1998.
Well, some forgot, some didn't.
Have you talked to Shirov about this? Like, I read what he had to say, of course, but I haven't heard from him about it. Must have been also rough here, like I guess similar to your experience, like everything.
Yeah, my experience after Tripoli was also not great. And it also, I mean, I had this, okay, I was a young man who didn't know what he was into. But basically, Shirov's experience, I'm pretty sure, was very similar. Yeah, he was just one person facing entire institutions of FIDE and Kasparov and whatnot. Yeah, they're just the sort of, the balance of power is just completely out of whack. Yeah, and so Shirov somehow never got his match, but also never got, I think, compensated for this in any proper way. And again, my case is a bit different. I didn't get the match, but at least I get to be called former world champion. The honor which Shirov doesn't have.
Shirov actually played a world championship match against Vichy. Lost, no?
Yeah.
Was it a match? Or
yeah,
a
Shirov
match for the title?
played a final match against Vichy in Tehran. And the world championship started in Delhi. And yeah, a lot of things. Chess history tends to be broken every now and then in the most ridiculous fashion.
Yeah, we'll see what the future brings. Maybe King Gukesh can unite them all.
Maybe.
I could have said any other name here, of course. Eric Aisi, Keimer, Pragnanda, Abdusatorov. That's what makes it fun. No, we don't even know who of these kids is coming, and I keep not mentioning Ali Reza, who's like a year older than all of these guys, but already 2,800. So
It's a ridiculously
fun times ahead.
promising generation, and also all of them real fighters.
They won't accept one Ding to rule them all.
No, they will not.
My rhubarb surely is empty. Make a draw, guys. I need more rhubarb.
A lot of them already made their draws, right? This is the final game we have, yeah?
This is absolutely the final game. We've had 3, not too eventful games today, has to be said. No, like only this one was a complete non-game. The other 2 were played out, but not a lot of drama there. And this one also feels like will be a game well played by both sides and so on.
But also it
But
seems
it would
like
be shocking if it didn't end draw. Sorry.
it also never really left an opening stage, right? I mean, this
Still
is
there.
easily the kind of position that you can reach by continuing to press your space bar. Doesn't even take that long.
Get a bit bored. Keep pushing the 0-0 button there, but yeah. No, it's a very forced game in a way, no? Like they get till here at the opening, and now you play the most forcing line with Queen D3.
And then you
now you
give
give checks.
yeah.
Wait, it doesn't take, of course. Vachier, however, wants to keep giving us some excitement today by just thinking forever in this position if he should put his queen here or here. Spoiler alert, doesn't matter.
That's a hell of a spoiler.
What's he thinking about here? Then you can take this one. Is probably risking more with black.
Also will be a draw. I can tell you this is a Scotch endgame specialist.
Ah, fair enough. I feel we've pointed out all these lines. This one could keep the game going, but it doesn't look like black has great chances of glorious victory here. Can we take? At some point, could I start giving checks here? This is probably the best black could hope for. It's probably still very drawn. Queen B2, what a sicko. Now he's trying to play on to spite Alireza, who in turn tried to play on himself.
Yeah, I wonder after Queen E5. There will be another period of thinking. Yeah, in this new generation that we keep mentioning, apart from those very, very brilliant names we mentioned, there are also others, right? Like Nihal Sarin, is hardly worse than others, and I think also Yakuboyev is extremely talented and dangerous. Just so many brilliant names, so many brilliant people.
Shots fired at Sindarov.
Sindarov, yes. Sindarov, I don't know him so well. Surprisingly, he was somehow the one that I did not deal with too directly. Although, of course, he was part of my group training that I had. But they also say Sindarov is good.
Connor E. Murphy. Landa Wander, party is almost over. We only have one game. Dominguez against Alireza. Position is equal. The chess world is tired. It's taking a breather.
Fabi is apparently active
Waiting.
on his podcast.
For the healing to begin. I'm not sure you're familiar with the concept of a podcast. It's usually not live.
But he apparently has said something. This is already...
That's likely.
That's too active for my taste.
The first episode is out. I think the gist is, I haven't heard it yet. I enjoyed Fabi's interview on the Perpetual Chess podcast, recommend that. But I think he said that Nakamura probably regrets not finishing second in the candidates. And Nakamura said Fabi probably regrets not finishing second in the candidates. So they're expertly analyzing each other there.
There is some deep dialogue there.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, the chess world is in an interesting place. We urgently need some new heroes.
The age of men is coming to an end.
Exactly. The east wind is coming.
And yeah, what do we say to the Lord of Draws? Not today?
Well, I mean, with two guys willing to continue, they'll probably find a way somehow, no?
They're both really avoiding draws. It's true. You know what I'm not going to avoid? More rhubarb spritzer. When we come back, we will give you an updated version of chess drama thus far, with a lot of hot, cold, and lukewarm takes. Stay tuned. Thanks for watching. See you soon.
I'm in Barcelona for my first Chessable course, and what do I do on a Friday night? Go play chess. It was a great place, Armando's Bar, and after playing some fun blitz games, it was blindfold, it was team chess, it was helping out a rookie who showed up. It was everything. Lots of fun. After midnight, in fact, I got a chance to show this puzzle, one of my favorite creations, to the group. Someone proposed d6 check right away. This is a very important move. It is white to move and win, so d6 is an aggressive looking move, king back to d8. But this is where the puzzle really starts. And you have to have some serious geometric vision to solve this one.
Now this next move is from outer space. You have to look into outer space and then come back and find it.
There was a lot of commotion around. Armando shows up to take a look at it. People are drinking on the side. There's just all bit of buzz going on. And everyone, of course, wanted to play the move rook to e8. Like, that was the move. That was the key move. That would be the winning move. But they all saw that the rook was stopping that piece from going down there. So we were just deep into thought in the position, taking some time. Someone noticed that there was the possibility of bishop to a5.
Good point. That's a good point. That's a good observation. No, I'm serious. I'm dead serious. He's right. If the queen wasn't there, then he would have something nice.
It was Gentile who had the bright idea of playing queen to a7.
My friend, you're not the only one playing chess. So black could play check.
I didn't see that one.
You know, when you're looking at your position and wondering if your king can escape, that it's not a good idea. Queen to f3 check is a monster blow, and the king is running up the board. It's about to be checkmated pretty quickly. Didn't try king to g4, which would have been met by knight to e5, double check, and mate said, okay, don't want to see it. Let me go stop. Time to put it back.
He got punished for that one.
No, it should be something like terrible. Like for instance this.
Yes. Yeah, but then I just take this.
Once again, we are dealing with the move rook to e8. Be nice if you could put the rook on e8, but of course the rook is there and ready to take it. So we couldn't do that move just yet.
So he made a very good point. If this queen wasn't here, this would be a very nice move.
I could see the queen here.
Yeah. Okay, that's a good point.
Queen is stopping the bishop from going to a5. I pointed that out. What else could you do? Well, what could you do? Rook to e1 was not a move, another suggestion, but that would not work again because the attack is on. Queen takes b2 with check would stop that.
You're so close. You see the good ideas, right?
Yes, so
so
far.
let me make another point. If this rook wasn't here,
Yep.
what would you do?
I guess that plan would work a little bit more, right?
No, you showed a better plan.
Yeah, they want to.
Checkmate, right?
Yeah.
So if the rook wasn't here, this would be checkmate. If the rook wasn't here. If this queen wasn't here, you'd have this move and looking very good like you have an attack. So, so these two
To
pieces.
distract them.
No, but this move, I start with this again.
Again.
So blocking the queen, plus you were threatening this, so you'd give this away if you did that. So you need to distract them. Good point. You're working it. This would be mate, and this would be very good. Ah, fantastic.
Because you distract both of them.
Both
right?
at the same time.
That's fantastic.
Bravo. You see?
Very well.
Queen back. Now you're attacking the queen, and you're attacking the rook. If the rook takes, then it's checkmate.
Yeah.
Sorry. If the queen takes, it's not yet checkmate though, because this move I can block.
Yeah, you have space.
Wait, you take, yes, I can run.
Then you have here.
Then you go here, then I can run again.
Yep.
And now, checkmate.
That's beautiful.
Like?
If you want to see more geometric ideas like this one, buy my course. You will learn amazing ideas, new ways to look at the chessboard, and maybe you'll play better chess too.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
I'm ahead of the game.
Well, the phone is always ringing, I'm caught up on the line. Got a string around my finger, remember who am I? I'm a boss and I'm honestly off my rocker, but follow me, I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. I'm only ever slinging, I'm working overtime. Got a song and I'm the singer, the melody, the vibe. I'm a prodigy, logically, I'm impossibly wanted, and they'll remember my name. They'll remember my name. Ooh, well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Ooh, well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Well, I'm ahead now. Well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game.
As a kid, I spent hours every day reading about chess, about openings, chess history, and games played between world champions, grandmasters, all of them. My apps make learning much easier. Everything I know you can find in my apps: Magnus Trainer, Tactics Frenzy, and Play Magnus. You can learn the basic rules of chess, train with our 400 lessons, and even play against my digital self. Download and try my apps for free.
played the Berlin, which I sort of expected, but I didn't really know what to do against, because in reality very few people do.
When we are playing an even game against someone of similar strength to us, usually we need to give something in order to obtain the initiative.
Just how shrewd and cunning Alireza can be, even with very little time.
I want to show you a game just to prove that I play these lines that I played against former world number 2 and a bit of a superstar, Gustafsson.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
Hi, I'm John Chess, inventor of chess, and also your new stepdad. And we're very disappointed in you, son and or daughter, because you suck at chess. And so that is why you have to now sign up for AIM Chess. AIM Chess is a digital chess trainer that creates personalized lessons based on positions from your own games, and turns your blunders into wonders. Link your Chess24 account or other online chess accounts today, and learn the official AIM Chess Gambit, which is where you take your opponent's king, and then you just f***ing eat it. I didn't know I was gonna say that. In-depth analysis, tactics trainer, blunderer, preventerer, whatever the f*** this is. And a new, personalized feed full of curated chess puzzles and memes. All of this and more available only at AIM Chess.
Hello?
Courtney, did you know that the average AIM Chess user—
Oh my god, stop calling me about fucking AIM Chess!
You heard it here first. Join AIM Chess today and become the world's greatest chess man in the world. Or chess woman? Hi, I'm Magnus Carlsen. I'm Magnus Carlsen, and I own AIM Chess. But now you are a Magnus Carlsen instead, because you beat me at chess because of AIM Chess. That's right, you dumb piece of AIM Chess. They asked me to cut that last bit, but I won't. Get 6 months premium free by typing your credit card details, name, and full home address in the comments down below. AIM Chess. They put the based in turn-based strategy. Why the f*** do you keep paying me for these? AIM Chess. It stands for AIM Chess. Oh shit, I'm out of time. Sign up for AIM Chess!
Okay, so let's send a challenge.
Here is challenging. Nice graphics, easy to see. Oh, what are you thinking about? You're looking how it can be the most painful?
Exactly. Okay, fine.
That I give him up a phone. He wants to be even rude.
Welcome back, everybody. Round number 7 of the Sinquefield Cup. Not the most exciting round ever played. Remember round 3? That was fun.
Even the previous round, yeah, we had some blood. Apparently, I checked. We had 3 decisive games. Doesn't sound right, but I checked and there were indeed 3 decisive games.
Hard to argue after you checked. Here today, we have 3 draws so far. Vachier-Lagrave and Nepomniachtchi staging their own sort of protest. MVL versus Hans Niemann also ended peacefully, as did Caruana against Levon Aronian. That leaves us with Dominguez versus Firouzja. And it's 0-0, but they're both trying to continue the game, as you mentioned. So they'll find a way. Chess finds a way. Bishop d3. You can't go king b8, although you'd like to. The pawn is hanging.
Yes, it's a big pawn.
So he'll play some other move. It's my best guess.
Some queen move somewhere.
Hans Niemann has been interviewed, but the chess.com tweet wasn't addressed, as far as I hear. So we'll have to get back on Reddit chess after this, where I know Rustam spends most of his time anyway, and see what the latest takes are.
It's a pretty serious tweet, right? Interesting he wasn't asked about it, because I think it's a serious tweet.
It's a very serious tweet, and yeah, seemed like the narrative changed directly after that tweet, at least the online reactions, when public opinion had very much shifted towards Hans's side. Now it's all changing again. I don't know. I just don't know enough about the online stuff. Like, I can say from what I've seen and from the theories I've heard that in the over-the-board stuff there were no indicators of cheating, but this other thing, of course, adds a new dimension. Then you can have all these debates, like if the online cheating, or more online cheating than what Hans had admitted to in his first interview, happened. Of course, it undermines a bit his passionate statement about cheating at age 16, which was the biggest mistake of his life. So it cost him some credibility. I don't think that means that he cheated in this tournament, because really from the moves and everything, there's just no indicators, but it's becoming murkier, no?
Yeah, I mean, this is becoming trickier and murkier and more difficult to judge. Yeah. Also, now it's again on him, right, to maybe clarify something. And chess.com, they tweeted, but what I know about them, they usually do not publish the details of their findings for fear of making their algorithms known.
Yeah, that, and maybe to some extent also to protect the players here, because this is such a common occurrence. But in this case, yeah, after the Hans interview, they felt the need, and it's hard to believe they would tweet that if they didn't have substantial, whatever you want to call it, evidence here. Like,
well, this is what they directly claimed in their tweet, right? So now, yeah, it is getting murkier, and of course, once the questions are sort of re-raised, yeah, there is no end to the questions. And the thing with doubt is that once doubt appears, yeah, it's very difficult to kind of be rid of it completely, right? That's why Hitchcock's movie Shadow of a Doubt, right?
It's the drama that keeps on giving. Once again, think Richard Rapport.
Yeah, I think Fabi would agree with you. Yeah, like all problems of recent times, they start with Richie.
Hard to disagree with that one. I'm sure the Hungarian Chess Federation would agree.
Yeah, it seems like, yeah. Also, it's also interesting, yeah. Fabi, after losing his 4 final games in the candidates, thought it was mainly Richie's fault, right? And
not by playing well against Fabi, but by losing to Nepomuceno. Yeah. It's shocking what waves this chess drama is making. You could debate if it's good for chess or not. But for example, in my local newspaper, shout out to Hamburger Morgenpost, the theory, I hope I'm right about this, I'm not sure, that was mentioned, my best guess is as a joke, by the chess press made the headlines. Like it's one of the more ridiculous theories out there. But it made it to the Hamburger Morgenpost.
Chess brass,
Usually,
right?
I'm not sure if the chess brass did, but that theory, yeah.
Somehow the world in which some theory by chess brass makes it to Hamburger Morgenpost is not the world I want to live in. Yeah, this is something is awfully wrong. No,
You know what theory I'm talking about? It's so ridiculous.
I don't
wanna
even
repeat it.
care.
No.
I was just thinking that, you know, whether are these
Well,
connections.
it's more of a joke than a theory.
What is a theory?
No, I don't want to repeat it here. You can find out.
Oh my God, what is this world turning into?
Pawn to d5. Chat knows. Yeah, Elon Musk also picked it up. He seems to have a very sophisticated sense of humor as well. No?
Elon Musk? And apparently a lot of time on his hands, right?
I don't know.
Well, I mean, obviously he spends most of his time online, tweeting and stuff. Yeah, he should have the time. I don't have this kind of time.
You got a coach for 2 hours a day, no? Like, what are you going to do?
Well, I mean, I would coach for 2 hours a day, then I have to prepare for my classes, then I have to do commentary, then sometimes, you know, I have to go to Uzbekistan and, you know, teach these people something.
I understand. Alireza, eager to continue the fight. d5, a bit risky, no? Weakening some squares. King e2, this allows d4. The knight is temporarily
But
locked
d4
up.
is one of those moves, yeah, this pawn will never go back.
It's a bit ugly.
The bishop,
You
the
also don't want to wait
b4
for the
square,
horse,
if one day white gets there. Well, difficult to see how, right? d4, b5, how does this knight ever get out?
It's locked up. They won't let it out.
I would feel maybe the need to play a4 with white to stop b5. Oh, it's not even such a bad move, right?
Looks like a sensible move. And then you can dream of the horsey. But probably black will always be active enough to do something. Still, they shall play for 5 hours.
Queen d6, yeah, I mean, this gentleman is just getting warmed up. Queen d6 does allow knight to jump, right? You played queen d6, I can go knight e3.
Sorry, queen b6?
Queen d6 he played in the game.
Queen d6.
Yeah, allows knight e3, knight g4, yeah, this is...
That's weird.
It is weird.
Does he want e5, or what's his point?
No, I think he just wants king b8, so he protected a6 for this reason.
But once
King
his
b8,
knight is sitting pretty on e5, you're not
Yeah,
going to
knight-
win.
No, you're never going to win with black.
And you might lose.
And you might lose, yes.
Also, Alireza has to be thinking these days, what do I have to do to get some headlines, no? Like, there's a lot of talk about the new generation of kids, the Gukashes, Erigaisis, and so on. There's obviously a lot of talk about Hans and Magnus and Nakamura. Alireza, he scores like plus 1,000 in the St. Louis Ripple Blitz, and we're not even talking about it. He's around too.
I think to some extent we are still very influenced by results in classical.
Yeah.
And Alireza just didn't have those in last 9 months,
Very true.
whilst everybody else, you know, was active, and he just wasn't. And when he was, he didn't have the results.
That's fair. He's still a 19-year-old 2778 player in classical.
Yes, but it feels surprisingly like forever ago.
It's true.
Feels like forever ago. He just needs to win some games. And the chess world is extremely flexible with its opinions. It's enough for him to win 2 more games, and then suddenly everybody will be chanting Alireza all night long.
Sounds like a fun night.
Mm-hmm. And then he will lose another game, and then people will be telling him to retire. I mean, this is how the chess world operates.
Very much so. 93 played by Dominguez. Maybe the chess world will be chanting Lanier tonight. Lanier looks like the kind of guy who doesn't need the chants, no? Like,
yeah, I don't think he needs the chance. He's a very private person and very, very decent human being.
must be nice.
I know, right?
There's no giant hole in his soul that needs to be filled by attention.
No, he's a very, very religious person.
Hmm.
So he got his spiritual needs also covered.
Oh, I see. In Alireza's last 13 Blitz games for the St. Louis Grappling Blitz, he scored 11 wins and 2 draws. That's not bad at all.
But I have noticed this before. I have also been told by others, yeah, that very often Blitz and classical form, they just they do not go together well.
Yeah, often it's the opposite, yeah, especially when you have these back-to-back grappling
Mhm.
Blitz and the classical. It's rarely the same winners.
Yeah,
Unless
it's very
Magnus wins them both.
I also noticed, yeah, that for instance, when Blitz results of Fabi improved dramatically, his classical results went down, yeah. And he also had the period where he couldn't play Blitz, but his classical results were really at their highest. So.
Yeah, makes some sense. Obviously, most top players are good at both, but with this theory that, yeah, if you're a deep, long calculator, you can use that strength best in classical.
Mhm.
Then if you prove your Blitz, you shift towards more of quick short lines calculating and assessing the positions, and that could cost you in classical. It's tough, the stupid chess. Linier Dominguez, former Blitz world champion as well.
Yeah, he can be very fast.
Not today, though.
Wow, we don't know where this game will take us.
Or at least it's going somewhere now.
I mean, it was obvious that both of them are willing to play chess, yeah. And
Very much so. Chat is asking, what is Dubov doing? I don't know, actually. No idea. E5 played.
E5,
Loosey-goosey.
a bit, yeah. A bit loose. But also, don't you have a feeling that some also like from today's opening choice, from yesterday's opening choice, that for instance, Fabi is not really trying to win this tournament?
I don't know. I think he's doing his usual stuff, long forced lines where his opponents need to answer question.
Yeah, but
today he didn't manage to surprise you. Today it wasn't fresh stuff.
It wasn't fresh, but he was also not trying to find anything fresh. Yesterday, he also played something that his opponent knew. So
yeah, with blacking as an Nepomniachtchi, I think it's all right if he knows it's a draw. Hard to say, but he did say he was distracted and he could barely focus on chess and didn't prepare for a game and so on.
What
So
is
it
he
makes sense.
distracted by?
I don't know. Chess drama, the podcast,
I like
the
okay.
tennis.
Just so ridiculous, yeah. Like, I mean, if you know Fabi even a little bit, yeah, he couldn't give a damn about Hans or Magnus leaving the tournament. Yeah, this is just absolutely ridiculous. Whatever
Now
he
we're
was
talking.
distracted by has nothing to do with this.
Oh, give us more.
Oh, I don't know any details, yeah, but okay, it's clearly not Hans. Yeah?
Oh. But seriously speaking, I'm not sure if distracted is the right word, but it must still be weighing on him what happened to the candidates and to somewhat lesser extent the Olympiad now. So looked
Maybe
like he
the
was getting
Olympiads
back on
a
track
bit,
here.
but also not, no? He just doesn't function like this. He's just, these things do not weigh on him. He's like, I don't know if you've seen The Great Gatsby or read the book.
Did read the book, didn't see the movie.
Yeah, no, he's basically like this Buchanan couple, yeah? He withdraws into his money and power and leaves the world to take care of its own problems. He's just...
Wow.
He doesn't get
Didn't see that comparison coming.
All this, you know, just...
Mhm.
So whatever he's distracted by, yeah, it's not the Olympiad, not the candidates, not Hans.
What could it be then?
I mean, I have a few guesses. Nothing that could be aired without, you know, me getting into trouble.
I see.
Queen d3, yeah, he's asking for this d pawn to move. For the real Slim Shady, please stand up.
You're gonna move. He's not gonna move now, no? Then
No, he cannot move.
there will be too much activity, so he has to go rook d8.
He'll have to defend this, and then Lenia will look for another move.
Status quo. Maybe now you're a4, like queen attacking. No. Not easy to make progress, no?
This computer suggestion was, of course, very brilliant, yeah, but difficult to spot. Yeah, Queen d2.
Queen d2 was good, apparently.
Queen d2 was very nice. Then Queen a5, and after King b8, Bishop e4 forces this pawn to move. And then White does get Knight g4, and then White gets all the squares in the world, right? Still not easy to win this resulting position, but White would be firmly in control.
Well, now it's hard to target anything, no? You need the bishop to hit the stupid pawn.
Yeah, basically, only if White provokes d4, he can be... Yeah, difficult, yeah, a4, bishop b1, a2, but difficult to imagine it's real.
Yeah. Also, once the bishop is on a2, then the pawn gets a bit of a pep in his step, no? Can get to
That
d3.
is true, yeah. The pawn could be a runner.
I keep being sent pictures from Lawrence Trent in Malaga.
Yeah, I think he doesn't send me pictures because I think I blocked his pictures a while ago.
Ah, you're one of the many people who are either muting or blocking him on messengers.
No, I don't mind him, but sometimes his pictures are of...
No, so once you open the door, it's never safe for work. Once he gets any reaction, then they will keep coming. And you gotta stop it.
Yeah.
Won't stop him. He's fairly relentless.
He's also one of those people who is has a completely different persona, yeah? Depending on the medium of communication. He in real life, he on the broadcast, he on the phone are completely different people.
I don't know. To me, it's always the same guy. Just the amount of filters involved can vary. A lot
He's
of filters.
trying, yeah? Bishop c2, yeah, this is probably the same point. Yeah, queen d3, bishop b3. He wants to know it, yeah.
Still asking questions.
It is very close to that Scotch endgame I keep playing, right? White will get some squares, white will be in control, and even after that, progress will be difficult, right?
Still be 0-0, but there are two targets. I mean, once the pawn moves, some hope.
And his king is very close, right? And for all the endgames, the king on e2, very central, very properly placed.
Yeah, I wouldn't enjoy having to defend this with black. Alireza did this himself as well, no? Like, to his credit.
I also had the feeling from the candidates, yeah, that Alireza basically is the kind of a guy who would rather lose than make another draw, right?
Yeah, it's also what Anish said, that since Alireza had taken draws out of his game, his rating could go up very quickly if he just crushes 2600 players. But it can also backfire if he's not in great shape against the best players.
Yeah, no, this is also, I think, a case with Gukesh. Gukesh basically tries to win every game, and then, you know, some Turkish league, couple of rounds in Turkish league could cost him as much rating as he gained at the Olympiad, right? It just sometimes happens, yeah, sometimes you crush and burn.
They lose a lot of rating in the Turkish league. I didn't follow.
Oh, well, he had a very rough stretch at some point when he lost a good position against Mikhail Kobalia. And this was like -7 points, and then he lost against somebody else, and it just looked unnecessary and rough, you know.
Gotcha. What's Alireza's next tournament? I don't know. What's anybody's next tournament? What's the schedule now?
Amazingly, a lot of top players have told me that they will not play another classical game this year.
Could happen, though, that a lot of guys are back in Vike.
Yeah.
Which is January.
I think there are a lot of online events, rapid events.
Yeah.
To my great surprise, the World Team Championship. You remember there is a competition like this, World Teams?
Very well.
Is going to be played with the control of 45 minutes.
Why? 2 games per day? 2 games per day? What?
2, sometimes 3.
Whoa.
Rough, right?
That's strange. I mean, it never was that prestigious an event, although on paper it was nice, no? There was like the top 6 from the Olympiad and then continental champions or whatever.
Surprisingly, I've played in one of those myself, and now Uzbekistan naturally is going to play again, so I might play again. So those were top events, but for some reason they did not have this sort of reputation that Olympiad had, yeah? I don't know.
Or even the European Team Championship, somehow the World Team never had the.
So World Teams, this is apparently 45 plus 10 seconds per move. This is the longest FIDE control that still qualifies as rapid.
As classical?
No, as rapid, 45.
The longest rapid. Okay,
the longest rapid, yeah. So this is still rated as rapid and is played by rapid rules.
That's odd to me. Why not have, I don't know, maybe they save some days, but yeah. If you're going to have a nice classical event, no? It's not like we don't have enough rapid with, as you mentioned, there is all the online events. I guess Champions Chess Tour will be up, this, whatever it's called, global chess thingy.
So many things. And also, it's, I think, in Jerusalem. And, you know, once you get to Jerusalem, which is not an easy thing for most people in the world, like all the visas and securities and all this is just not an easy thing, the trip to Jerusalem. But maybe, you know, you could stick around for a while and enjoy the surroundings. Why should we be out of there in 3 days again? No?
For sure, you're allowed to stay for a couple more days, but yeah, points still taken.
So all teams is rapid, and apparently, okay, some top players maybe will play in European
Club Cup. Yeah, that one, of course, it's going to happen early October. Well, on that, there's not that many big classical super tournaments on the horizon. It feels like Vike it might be.
Yeah, it might be Vike.
Of course, the young guys, they will find places to play every day, but it's not going to be super tournaments.
Yeah, a lot of them, they play a lot of those online events.
Yeah, but also Polish League, Turkish League, Dubai Open, whenever you look, they're playing somewhere. No?
Yeah, Spanish League and the Slovenian League and Polish League. Yeah, all sorts of things. There is a big Open going in Tashkent right now. I could be there, you know.
Sorry. I know you were dying to play Big Open. Thailand Open is, of course, happening October 22 till 30.
Tashkent Open, for instance, is 2 games a day. I just don't understand this. Yeah, there is this tendency now there are so few classical events, and yet they try to finish them as quickly as possible.
Yeah, I decided a long time ago. I'm not playing tournaments where it's 2 games a day. It's so rough.
Even 1 game a day is one too many, right?
Yeah. I try 0 games a day. No, Thailand Open is happening, of course, October 22 till 30. I hope prices are crappy enough that this army of young, hungry Indian, Uzbek kids will not be there to crush me. But I have a feeling some of them will be there. It doesn't have to be the top ones. Like, there are so many motivated 2250s. It's not going to be fun.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. I think these are the worst for your rating and for your confidence.
Underrated kids.
Underrated Indian kids, underrated Uzbek kids. Yeah, you don't want to play those. No.
Sometimes you get lucky and you win 1 or 2 early, and then you play against mainly aging grandmasters. But it can also get horribly, especially if you get stuck on like +2 and you get another motivated kid every day. We'll see. Revo is saying, I would never play in Thailand. Can't breathe with that heat and humidity. See, we have a very different approach to chess, you know. I never play outside of Thailand. You would never play in Thailand. Keep you cool. Ran into an underrated Chinese Taipei kid and Hong Kong kid. There's a bunch of underrated kids in many countries. Grandmothers, I'd also be fine with. Grandmasters or grandmothers. Both I'm okay with. Just kids. All kids are underrated. And most of them are underage too.
Now, also with them, you just have no information. You don't know their style, you don't know their strength, you don't know their preferences, you underestimate them. Yeah, it's just...
Their openings, you check some weird games from 3 years ago before the pandemic, but in the meantime, they've watched 5 new chessable courses.
Including ones by Lawrence.
Yeah, or my own, yeah, like knowing all the nonsense, which I can't remember.
They know your course is better than you do. Right?
Oh, for sure. It's a hard knock life. But we've been old for a while, for the likes of Fabi and Maxime and Magnus. They're new to being old, no? Like, it's a new feel for them.
Yeah, I don't think they quite realize it yet.
Exactly. What is it to say about this position? We can make some moves. No? King somewhere.
Yeah, King b8,
Queen
Queen
somewhere.
d3 looks very logical, and then
Queen somewhere.
Bishop e3.
Bishop, push. Horsey jumps. King hides. Still tough to make progress.
Yeah, I know you can try knight d2 e4. But then black will get some checks, right? Queen c1, knight e4, queen b2 check, and the like. Yeah.
Rook could potentially swing if we get too kinky.
Yeah, maybe knight on e4 is not the end of the world, right? It's just a knight.
Just a knight. Captain Harris saying, how long can this game go? End it, please. They're not intending to end it. Neither of them are, which makes this game what it is.
Well, I mean, it is the only drop of excitement in otherwise barren wasteland of today's round. No?
Excitement is a strong word, but yeah.
They
are trying to produce content.
Proper chess game, yeah.
They're like the Mr. Beast of chess. It's all about the content. What was the longest game in chess history? I feel it's going to be this one. Certainly already feels like.
I mean, the poor fellows, yeah, they just made 40 moves.
It's just 4 hours in, yeah.
Yeah, it's one thing these players would never understand, no? If they were told that most of the chess community right now is just eager for them to finish, you know.
Come on, guys. Magnus versus Nepomniachtchi was the longest. That'd be weird, no? If arguably the most famous game of recent history would also be the longest game ever. Really doubt it.
There have been some tournament games with like 450 moves or so.
Yeah. Not even speaking of the old days when you had 3 adjournments.
Yeah, some games used to take weeks and weeks to finish. In the very old days, they didn't even have time controls.
Wow.
Like when.
That's why some of the old masters get offended when they lose on time, because they grew up playing without a clock.
Like Kramnik, right?
You said that.
Kramnik, the maestro.
Do you still have a bitter rivalry with Kramnik about who teaches what student first?
Well, most of this rivalry is completely unseen, right? But for some unknown reason, I still get a lot of people who want to work on chess with me.
And with Kramnik.
And with Kramnik, yeah, but this doesn't surprise me. No, I also realized, you know, I complained the other day that, or today, that for some reason Vincent Kama is the only guy I've never worked with. But then I remembered, yeah, he got Leko.
Just have Leko.
Yeah, he's on a different level. Why would he ever need me if he got Leko?
I know. I can give you his number if you feel he's missing from your resume.
I mean, they will all end up with me at some point, don't you worry.
There's no escaping.
There's no escaping that. Yeah, Lenia played Queen D3. Yeah, he's a man with a plan.
Yeah, Queen B5, no good. Not too surprising. So we'll get something with this, yeah?
Do you remember who that was? Man with a plan?
I know. Hannibal Smith?
No, Virgil Kin, no?
Virgil Kin? He also had a plan.
They were toasting him, no, after their first job. What was a toast? Virgil Kin, man with a plan. But it takes 5 people.
He did have a plan, didn't he?
He did have a plan, yeah, that was
verbal.
More sophisticated than his colleagues had suspected. At some point, I used to listen to the sound to the movie instead of music whilst working on chess. It works so nicely. Just the music is so great and the dialogues. I must have listened to it. I've only seen it maybe 5 or 6 times, but I must have listened to it maybe 100 times.
Once you like something, you like something. We've established that about
Wow. Lucky you.
you. Alireza, no, he doesn't think like, ugh, I could have just made a draw and now I have to defend this. No, he's thinking.
No, maybe
Can I
he's
keep this going?
innerly happy that he got into some trouble. He thinks now he'll try to beat me and maybe I'll get my chances.
Yeah.
It seems all that he wants.
All that he wants.
Here's another baby. She's gone. Did you also grow up with Ace of Base?
Who didn't?
Who didn't, right?
Roxette.
Yeah. Roxette wasn't as big in my area as Ace of Base was.
Oh, Roxette was giant when I was like in 7th grade.
Mm-hmm.
Roxette was all there was.
Mm-hmm.
Spending my time watching the days go by, feeling so small. I stare at the wall, hoping that you'll think of me too. I know all the lyrics to their hit album, Joyride.
That is a pretty good song, yeah. Well, we had a lot of them, yeah, of good songs. I remember
classics.
things nobody remembers, like Unbreak My Heart, you know.
Tony Braxton. Who doesn't remember that song? I think it's just old people talk, but yeah. These things, I haven't listened to Roxette in a solid 30 years. It's very stuck to my memory. It's the same like remembering your chess games from when you were 12, but not remembering.
But
What
sometimes
you looked at this morning, no?
Sometimes I also think the music was better.
So your reasoning for music being better are Ace of Base and Roxette.
No, not just that. Yeah, at some point, one of my training sessions was Peter Lecco.
Well, that sounds like
He
more
played
great music taste.
He played Alphaville.
Yeah, not
Like,
surprised.
Alphaville, yeah, sounds like a melody. And big in Japan, I thought this is really, really good stuff, you know? Maybe this is some nostalgic feeling in me.
Was good stuff. We also had Eurodance, Mr. President,
Forever
Captain
Young.
Jack, Erotic with their hit song Max Don't Have Sex With Your Ex. Like there was a lot of great music.
One-way ticket to the blues.
Yeah.
That's good music.
Dr. Alban.
Pet Shop Boys. Don't even get me started on Pet Shop Boys and Duran Duran.
Duran Duran. I haven't heard of Duran Duran for a while. No, Pet Shop Boys was proper good stuff, no?
Pet Shop Boys was proper good. And okay, Aha and all that. Yeah, we grew up in good times.
Great times.
Definitely good music.
Morton Harkett was so dreamy.
Yeah. I somehow feel that the pop music of today is a bit non-descriptive.
But we also had like wilder stuff, no? Like we had Metallica, Guns N' Roses, like in every genre.
We had Kurt
The
Cobain,
Ramones.
yeah. Not for long, but we had him.
We had a bit of grunge,
Mm.
Soundgarden, Pearl Jam,
Pearl Jam, yeah. Oh my God, Pearl Jam, yeah.
Dog Eat Dog. Was a different time. Well, kids nowadays, what do they have? Just Drake.
They have Billie Eilish.
Just Drake and Billie Eilish.
Basically just Billie Eilish.
Rustam does sound a little bit like Patrick Bateman in American Psycho when he talks music. I don't disagree. Like Huey Lewis and the News. Bill Collins. Smith. I also had a big Britpop phase. Oasis, Blur, Pulp.
Clash, no? Guns of Brixton. When they knock at your front door, how are you gonna come? Guns of
familiar.
Brixton. Yeah.
Not familiar.
You should familiarize yourself with Guns of Brixton.
All
It's
right.
a very, very good song. It's, I think, from the same album, like London Calling. It's big stuff.
I'll familiarize myself. Anyway, Alireza Firouzja is thinking about if you relate the very interesting 5-minute conversation we just had to Alireza, he's not understand a single word.
And he won't care.
Rightly so.
Also, he's unique in this way. Yeah? I have seen him so many times, but I think I've only exchanged like 2 sentences with him my entire life. Yeah, this is a record that is only surpassed by Ding Liren. I think not a single spoken word on either side.
Wow. I've talked a bit to Alireza, but yeah, probably more than 2 sentences, but not a lot.
No, but once I approached him after one of his games against Fabian, I just asked him about some lines, and it was obvious that to actually talk with him about chess was very nice.
Yeah.
The chess talk was flowing. Yeah, was good. I was happy.
No, also, he's clearly a sponge and interested in any chess information and so on.
Oh, yeah, especially in variations, right? I mean, you can discuss variations with him probably all night long without him getting bored.
Sounds like a fun night.
Yeah.
Did you read the book American Psycho?
I've read the movie. I have sort of seen the movie, not the book.
Chat is talking about the book here. I read the book, but it's very boring in some places, no, which I'm sure is on purpose, but has like sometimes 3 pages in a row just listing random brands. It's a tough hang.
The movie is not boring at all.
No, there's some stuff happening.
Yeah,
he has to return some video cassettes quite often.
Yeah, that chainsaw scene is so remarkable. It just got stuck in my memory. It's quite something.
Very much so.
But I never had an urge to rewatch that movie. I've seen it once and that was it. Yeah.
One and done.
Mm-hmm.
I sometimes rewatch it because I have the same morning routine as Patrick Bateman. So I just try to make sure that I get it right.
Very important, yes.
With the crunches and the face mask. And
he's also a decently talented actor.
Yeah. Has he done any other movies?
Prestige was good, yeah.
I love the Prestige.
Prestige
Best Nolan movie still.
Prestige was a really good movie.
I'm not sure if it's the best movie. Dark Knight is pretty good, but Prestige has always been my favorite.
I think Prestige is just better.
D4 plate, he finally got his wish. Provoked a weakening, but it's still a long way to go until this can be converted into anything tangible, because White doesn't really have the resources to attack this pawn, because then he would have to let the D pawn off the leash. So it's still probably equal, actually.
Yeah, knight c4, and normally you would try to bring it to e4, but that doesn't do anything, as we've seen.
Yeah, this we've looked at some random moves here. Whatever, checks. What about Tenet? I hated Tenet so much. I was so angry I had to sit through this in the cinema. And I understand I could have probably left the cinema, but it greatly upset me. It's like, if you want good Tenet, you can watch The Night Manager. It's a good little miniseries. It has the same plot, except for all the time moving backwards or whatever nonsense. It was a very upsetting movie, Tenet.
Night Manager.
Night Manager is good.
What is Night Manager? I don't know it.
It has Hugh Laurie and this guy who plays Loki. His name I always forget. Tom Hiddleston. And you know, it's a miniseries, little spy series. It has the same plot as Tenet, just better. That's very watchable.
Yeah, I've never seen Tenet. Yeah, everybody has told me it's a horrible movie.
It's horrible, horrible. Night Manager is kind of based on John le Carré.
Yeah, I first thought you were referring to that movie, but I forgot what it's called. Yeah, there was also night train stuff. There was some movie about some guy with some mission of monitoring night trains, which ended like in a ridiculously bloody horror movie.
Sounds good.
Night Train something.
Not familiar with it.
Fabio made me watch it.
Night Train something. Train to Busan, I liked. Primer I've never seen. I felt it's too brainy for me. But at least that is supposed to make some sense for clever people out there, right? Tenet doesn't make any sense. Come on.
I love time travel movies, and people tell me that The Prisoner of Azkaban is a brilliant time travel movie. And I thought Prisoner of Azkaban was great, but I was not impressed by the time travel bit. I don't know.
I don't speak Harry Potter very fluently. Who's the Prisoner of Azkaban? That's a good guy, no?
What's his name? Yeah, but the actual time travel scene I thought was just kind of not belonging to this world at all, yeah?
That was a bit weird, yeah, when they resume and he gets to watch himself doing nonsense. Yeah, that would make sense.
No,
I've seen that movie.
Of all the time travel movies, I really thought the Predestination was amazing.
Time Cop.
I still insist on Predestination. That sounds some good scenes.
What about the buttercream effect?
I remember Butterfly Effect.
Yeah, I was joking.
Butterfly Effect was like a really creepy movie, wasn't it?
Was it? I can't remember much about what happened. But it's Ashton Kutcher like running around.
There's a lot of like disturbing content, yeah.
I watched Dark. Didn't like it either. Maybe I just don't like time travel stuff.
Looper was messy, yeah. Well, I didn't think it was bad, but Looper was messy. But also, isn't it amazing just the sheer number of movies we have seen?
On time travel?
Not on anything.
But mainly on time travel. I've seen Looper, of course. I thought it was alright. I was entertained. I can't remember if there was any clever time travel logic, but it's Bruce Willis doing stuff, no?
Yeah, but Looper was just really, really fun movie.
Yeah.
A lot of things happening.
It's true.
And some kid that grows up to be evil, yeah, what's not to like?
Come on, Mr. Dominguez, move the horsey somewhere.
Just anywhere.
Or don't move it. You can also not move it.
You can also not move it, that's true. Ah, there's also Doctor Strange, right? Who plays with time. Oh my God, yeah.
I didn't watch the latest Doctor Strange. At some point, I can't do it anymore.
I just thought after Sherlock, playing Doctor Strange is a bit of a kind of step in the wrong direction.
I don't know. It's probably hard to say no to these Marvel gigs for all the big actors, no? But yeah, Sherlock felt a bit...
Hard to say no to $100 million, right? But,
I don't know the number, but I assume it's handsomely paid.
Yeah, but how much money do you really need, right?
I'm assuming that's a rhetorical question.
I actually want to hear the number.
I think 3.8 million.
No, I actually disagree. As somebody said Sherlock was terrible by the end. I actually think Sherlock always kept very reasonable quality.
Yeah, I thought it was fine. Not everything was a scandal in Belgravia, but it was
that
always
one
very
was
watchable
really
and well
good,
written.
yeah. And the first one, yeah, the study in pink, right? Whatever it was called.
No, it was a good show. I also like the episode with Charles Augustus Magnuson.
That one was brilliant, yeah. Would you state your name for the record? Yeah, Charles Augustus Magnuson.
The guy with the mind palace, like all we chess players.
The guy with dirt on everyone, huh?
Must be nice.
Yeah, I guess.
Just remembers it all.
No, they had some nice villains in Sherlock. Also that hospital guy, yeah, it was also special.
Don't recall.
The serial killer. Remember the one who produced cereals?
Ah, yeah, of course. Yeah. He's a famous British character actor, this smaller guy. Yeah, of course. Yeah, that was a nice episode too.
Sherlock on the whole was just, I thought, very, very watchable. All of it. I would watch it again.
You will watch it again.
But I think they are done, yeah? They're not producing any more stuff.
Nope. Gotta do 10 more Doctor Strange movies. The Multiverse of Madness. It's not ending.
Yeah, at some point, some of these people should understand it's a terrible movie. It's not stop making them, please.
Once they start making less than $1 billion per drop, they might stop. It feels like public opinion is slowly turning. No, I think people are a bit tired of the latest crop of Marvel movies. I haven't heard that much talk about.
Yeah, but this is the problem, with some of these movies. Yeah, you might not like them, but we still watch them, right? And
no, but that's what I'm saying. We stopped watching them. No? Have you seen The Eternals, or what's it called?
No.
Say the latest Doctor Strange. I haven't even seen the. What's the Scarlett Johansson movie called?
Black Widow.
Black Widow, yeah.
No, me neither. But for me, the first Doctor Strange was already enough.
Yeah,
this is such a ridiculous concept that I thought, okay,
Also strange character. Not very likable, but also not funny, cocky, I don't know.
But also, in a way, he plays the same role in every movie, including Sherlock, right?
And Sherlock, it works so much better. His shtick.
In Sherlock, he just works better, but it's still the same acting, right? He just plays the same persona every time I see him.
I haven't seen Thor: Love and Thunder. I think we just stopped watching.
Yeah. No, Ragnarok, I thought was fun.
Ragnarok was great. So Linear. Put the knight here. King a7 makes a lot of sense, so e5 doesn't accidentally hang with check, or there's any knight forks getting out of the way. And yeah, we'll probably shuffle here, but then we get the same position or a similar one to what we've seen earlier. No, like
You cannot go queen e4, right? Going for the pawn feels more dangerous.
d3.
And then I thought king somewhere. And
Ale.
I actually thought I would be able to exchange queens with queen e3, but you have rook d4. Yeah. Because if I could exchange queens for free, this would be good news. Yeah, but rook d4 is really.
This would be tremendous.
This would be my dream, yeah, but this is not going to happen. Rook d4 is going to happen with checkmate to follow.
Then there will be blood.
There will be blood, yeah. Which is also a reasonable movie.
Tough hang. So we've established Fabi likes horror movies in order to feel something. Levon likes whatever artsy stuff he's currently into. French directors of the 50s, he had a big Hitchcock face. What else do we know? The Pomnish is probably up to date on Marvel movies and
I know nothing about
stuff.
him.
Me neither, but I have a feeling he probably knows his pop culture. Yarov, I don't know. I have a feeling he's more, let's go watch some Premier League than let's go to the movies, but I don't know. Hans, busy. Maxim falls asleep during movies.
Yeah, Maxim cannot watch a movie. He has never seen a movie.
Then yeah, probably enjoys Spanish, Latin, Cuban cinema more than the Marvel Wars.
Interesting. He enjoys Latin, Latin cinema, Spanish cinema, but he listens to old English pop music. I never expected this. I thought he would be, Daddy Yankee and whatnot, yeah, but he was more like ABBA. And
I did not picture Lenier as a Daddy Yankee guy. No, ABBA fits, no?
ABBA fits, yes.
Predictions on Eurobasket. Germany will crush Montenegro tomorrow, but eventually Serbia or Greece or Slovenia will be too much to handle. Superstar talent, it's hard to deal with. Other than that, I haven't followed very much.
Well, The Skin I Live In, good movie.
What movie is that? Spanish stuff?
Yeah, this is Pedro Almodovar.
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 Penelope Cruz.
No, this one is not with Penelope Cruz. One of the rare movies where he doesn't have Penelope Cruz.
That's strange.
He has his first love, yeah, his old star in it. Antonio Banderas. Antonio Banderas got big by beginning. He started with Pedro Almodovar movies. His unknown roles were there.
Not familiar.
Yeah,
Desperado, Zorro.
No, in Almodovar movies, he had a completely different character. Not the macho kind that we later got accustomed to.
Not the handsome vampire?
No, he was handsome, but for sort of different tastes.
He was more troubled?
Well, yes, you could say that, yes. But it was the great director, him and Buñuel, yeah. It was like absolute giants of Spanish cinema.
Not very well versed in Spanish cinema.
But you should have seen some Buñuel, yeah, I would imagine.
What has he done?
What has he done? Belle de Jour with Christine Deneuve, and he
French.
did the Discreet Charm of the Bourgeois, which was famous in 1972, and then so obscure Object of Desire, 1976, if I'm not mistaken, and then he did this back in the 20s. He did a project with Salvador Dali, and so on. Yeah, Buñuel is really, I think he's like Hitchcock caliber. They're also contemporaries and had a similar span.
I can confirm I haven't seen any of these movies. The speech you just gave, that sounds a bit like a Levon Aronian sort of speech.
Yeah. We
probably
had a lot of
Levon who got you onto
with
this.
Levon about
exactly.
Buñuel.
Not surprised.
But I think Buñuel is really like a level of his own. If you had only, to pick one director, I think you would be well advised to pick him.
Right. I haven't seen any of his movies, so.
Then I envy you, to see him for the first time is something really out of this world.
Can't wait for the stream to end, and I'll dive into Buñuel.
Yeah, not so serious. Our producer, he agrees. Yeah, Buñuel rules.
I trust his opinion.
He seems to know his movies. Yeah, so serious, he's the man.
Sure. Queen c4, letting the d pawn off the leash.
But this pawn gets weaker, right? Once it advances. King d2 and then queen a5, queen c3. Suddenly we have an endgame.
That's what he's hoping for.
Linear, the old fox.
But maybe we can shift the move order around. And now what, Mr. Dominguez? He could get style points for this, but he could also get in trouble. Yeah?
And not obviously, right? Because I think queen e1 probably doesn't work, right? Because of queen c5 check. And okay, king a8 will not be obvious, right?
Okay, king e4 he shouldn't do.
King e4 is maybe too much. At some point he might go knight f6, and probably at some point it will end in some perpetual check, right?
Shall see.
We shall indeed. We have been prophesizing a draw in this game for a while now, but
well, both sides are relentlessly playing for a win. If neither of them wants a draw, maybe they'll find a way not to make a draw.
And blood shall flow. Huh?
Okay, telling you like it is. I need another break. I'm home alone with the kids. Gotta check what they're up to. And I need a rhubarb spritzer. Thank you so much for staying with us in this exciting night of chess. Fireworks, talk about obscure Spanish directors from the 70s. What's not to like? We'll be back with more in a couple of minutes.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts. Chessable. Take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
I'm ahead of the game.
Well, the phone is always ringing, I'm caught up on the line. Got a string around my finger, remember who am I? I'm a boss and I'm honestly off my rocker, but follow me, I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. I'm only ever slinging, I'm working overtime. Got a song and I'm the singer, the melody, the vibe. I'm a prodigy, logically, I'm impossibly wanted, and they'll remember my name. They'll remember my name. Ooh, well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Ooh, well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Well, I'm ahead now. Well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game.
As a kid, I spent hours every day reading about chess, about openings, chess history, and games played between world champions, grandmasters, all of them. My apps make learning much easier. Everything I know you can find in my apps: Magnus Trainer, Tactics Frenzy, and Play Magnus. You can learn the basic rules of chess, train with our 400 lessons, and even play against my digital self. Download and try my apps for free.
He played the Berlin, which I sort of expected, but I didn't really know what to do against, because in reality very few people do.
When we are playing an even game against someone of similar strength to us, usually we need to give something in order to obtain the initiative.
Just how shrewd and cunning Alireza can be, even with very little time.
I want to show you a game just to prove that I play these lines that I played against former world number 2 and a bit of a superstar, Gustafsson.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
Hi, I'm John Chess, inventor of chess, and also your new stepdad. And we're very disappointed in you, son and or daughter, because you suck at chess. And so that is why you have to now sign up for AIM Chess. AIM Chess is a digital chess trainer that creates personalized lessons based on positions from your own games, and turns your blunders into wonders. Link your Chess24 account or other online chess accounts today, and learn the official AIM Chess Gambit, which is where you take your opponent's king, and then you just f***ing eat it. I didn't know I was gonna say that. In-depth analysis, tactics trainer, blunderer, preventerer, whatever the f*** this is. And a new, personalized feed full of curated chess puzzles and memes. All of this and more available only at AIM Chess.
Hello?
Courtney, did you know that the average AIM Chess user—
Oh my god, stop calling me about fucking AIM Chess!
You heard it here first. Join AIM Chess today and become the world's greatest chess man in the world. Or chess woman. Hi, I'm Magnus Charleston, wait, no. I'm Magnus Carlsen, and I own Aim Chess. But now you are a Magnus Carlsen instead, because you beat me at chess because of Aim Chess. That's right, you dumb piece of Aim Chess. They asked me to cut that last bit, but I won't. Get 6 months premium free by typing your credit card details, name, and full home address in the comments down below. Aim Chess. They put the based in turn-based strategy. What the f*** do you keep paying me for these? Aim Chess. It stands for Aim Chess. Oh shit, I'm out of time. Sign up for Aim Chess!
Okay, so let's send a challenge.
Here is challenging. Nice graphics, easy to see. Oh, what are you thinking about? You're looking how it can be the most painful?
Exactly. Okay, fine.
That I give up a phone. He wants to be even rude.
Gains that confidence, plays a few good events, stops looking inwards into his own insecurities.
I like the no expectation part, so like that's something that has gotten better because sure, it's like not my full-time job.
It's definitely good for chess in India, and now there is Olympiad also, so there'll be more people following and taking up chess as professional sport.
Yeah.
And it's surprisingly concrete still, no? Like, e takes d4, good move, this d takes d4, this d takes d5.
This line was essential and forced, but also not rocket science to map out.
Oh, he will go queen h5 check with a double attack. Attack the king and attack the pawn. And you thought, no, can't have that. I don't want the double attack. And so, with this very good insight, you chose the move g5, trying to block the queen's access. e5, it's e5 patzers.
A complete repertoire against 1 e4 based on 1 e5, now available to study with Chessable's unique Move Trainer technology. The backbone is the Marshall Gambit against the Spanish, with 3 knight f6 against the Italian. Jan Gustafsson has revisited all these lines he has played for 20 years and worked on as a second for Peter Lecko and Magnus Carlsen, amongst others, with the help of the most powerful engines out there, Leela 0 and Stockfish 10. This has led to many new discoveries and a repertoire ready to master on Chessable that can serve the student for a long chess career.
Maybe e4 doesn't exist after all.
e5, it's e5 patzers.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 Chess enthusiasts, Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
Welcome back, everybody. The late night shift here of the 7th round of the Sinquefield Cup. Vachier Dominguez and Alireza Firouzja have no intentions to go home. They keep fighting it out. The position remains roughly equal, but either side seems to be looking for ways to keep it going, unbalance it whenever they can. Vachier allowed this pawn to get to d3. Alireza did it. King d2, queen e7. Rustam, what's going on?
Well, it just still seems very sharp, yeah. And I was just wondering, this is the last time control, right?
Yeah, I think they're both trying to get into time trouble so that it can become a proper bar fight.
Yeah, no, I have this feeling, yeah, it will still be controlled for the next 5 minutes or so. And after this, the hell will break loose and we'll see something really exciting, some blunders, I'm sure. I have a feeling it's easier for white to blunder than for black.
Miss some check and all of a sudden.
Yeah, miss some check, either on b4, g5, there are checks everywhere. This pawn is potentially dangerous.
And he didn't have to do this at all, yeah? He's just trying to mix it. Like he could have gone, whatever.
Yeah, he's also asking for trouble.
Great news for us. We get to talk. Another, 30 minutes? 30 minutes seems fair.
Probably, yeah, 30 minutes, maybe some increment, and we can talk, some more directors.
Can't wait.
Yeah.
Troy Chess keeps asking. Rustam, when did you last visit India? Any plans to visit Tata Steel India in November, December, since you work with Arjun now?
India, been a while for me. Arjun, we worked, but I've never actually,
Have you ever met him?
Never.
Wow.
Never met him.
The world is changing.
The world has changed, right? But I would like to go to India. I haven't been since 2004. Despite working with a bunch of Indian players, with Vachier, with Harika, somehow never made it to India.
Sounds like November it is. Big meeting with Arjun.
It's a rapid, right? It was rapid and blitz that somehow is traditionally organized there, right?
I think so, yeah. It used to be at the very least. Where is it? It's in Chennai?
Was it in Calcutta once?
Do not know.
No, I thought it was in Calcutta at some point because I was very surprised that there was a tournament in Calcutta, but they didn't have Surya Ganguly in it.
That's just wrong.
That's just kind of not okay.
And yeah, we'll probably drop the queen back. Alireza will calculate. He could attack this pawn.
And then bishop d5, queen h4, but his moves are getting difficult.
Both moves, no? But
yeah.
Alireza also has to avoid any kinds of perpetuals.
He'll try, right?
For sure.
It's difficult.
It's going to be tough. Game could end something like this.
No, but Vachier is too deep into this. Yeah, he wants to win. I think Vachier is also, unlike Fabi, he's trying to still win this tournament.
He needs to win a game first, no, to win the tournament.
Well, he wants to win this one and then some more.
That's fair. Sounds like a pretty good plan.
Mm-hmm.
What do we have next round?
Yeah, it's very important.
Vachier plays white against Mamedyarov.
Mm-hmm.
It's nice to be white every game.
Mm-hmm.
Alireza is white against Wesley. Hans Niemann against Fabiano Caruana. Ooh, interesting.
Mm-hmm.
And Levan Aronyan versus Jan Nepomniachtchi.
And the most important question is, who has the bye in the last round?
I would guess it's whoever's not playing. Let's see if we can figure it out.
Fabio.
Vachier-Lagrave, Aronian, Wesley Dominguez, MVL, Ali Reza, Nepomniachtchi Niemann. No Fabi.
Yeah, Fabi. This was probably the dream pairing which they intended. Fabi against Magnus in the last round. Fabi didn't get to play this game. He'll probably be relieved.
It's fair.
But he only has one game left, yeah? So he's no longer really trying to win this tournament. Both of them are actually playing so well under the circumstance.
These guys? Sorry, I zoomed out.
Yeah, these guys are just playing really, really well. Yeah, very, very controlled, very precise.
They find ways to keep the game going without burning the bridges here. Like,
yeah, without making huge blunders. This is actually very difficult. It's reasonably easy to play a clean game of chess, but it's very difficult to continue playing for a win without doing something stupid.
Yeah, in an equal position where move repetitions and perpetuals are hiding behind every corner.
Mm-hmm.
Queen a5. Same. Looks like Ali Reza has to be precise according to the computer. Queen f6 by far the best move.
Yeah. And bishop d5.
Now queen h4.
Queen h4 is suddenly troublesome for white. Yeah, has problems.
e5 is no longer under attack.
Yeah, no, Ali Reza has been doing this for a while now. Yeah, finding those difficult moves that keep him firmly in the game. Queen f6 is not automatic by any means.
Not at all. I mean, it's logical, no? You want to take something, you don't want to leave this pawn hanging, but
but in a way, I don't understand, for instance, why is king a7, for instance, a bad move?
a3.
Yeah, this would not be obvious to me, I assure you.
But it's a bad move for Ali Reza purposes, because here, now he allows a perpetual.
Yeah, now he allows perpetual. Yeah, this is...
Needs to keep the king there, so he can...
He hasn't come this far, yeah, to allow a perpetual. Yeah, Suat's absence in the chat is so...
Where did Suat go? He didn't say goodbye. He didn't say what he was up to.
No, he
just left.
Kind of disappeared. It's sad, but maybe he has a life.
Nah.
No, I think he might. Otherwise, he'd be here.
I'm sure there are many people with no life that aren't here. Giblet 310, how you doing tonight? Y'all gotta move.
Yeah, Lireza just quietly thinking, letting his time tick down.
Chat keeps giving movie recommendations. The Fall 2006. Have I seen that one?
The Fall is, isn't it a show?
I've seen the show, yeah. It was mediocre with Scully fighting some serial killer.
Yeah, I thought it was reasonably good, yeah, but because also she's just a really good actress, yeah, Gillian Anderson, yeah, she's a really good actress.
Fair enough.
I really enjoyed her take on Margaret Thatcher in The Crown. She was,
I haven't watched The Crown.
Yeah. No, she was the one they invited for Margaret Thatcher. She did a good job. Really, really good.
Nice. Do any of us really have a life? Watching a drawn position play out at 1 a.m. on a Friday. If you phrase it that way, it's a bit sad.
Yeah, so let's rephrase it this
Let's rephrase it. We're enjoying the gift of chess that keeps giving on this Friday night. What else will we do? I'm home alone with my kids. I could sleep, watch the movie The Fall.
Your favorite Cronenberg?
Not a big Cronenberg guy.
He's the one who did The Fly, right?
He did The Fly.
But he also did History of Violence.
Oh, that's a great movie. Is that Cronenberg?
Yeah, which I thought was really great. Yes.
That's a great movie.
Yeah, he played Queen F6. Yeah, just thinks for a really long time and finds the best move.
All of a sudden, Lanier has to find a productive move. Yeah, it's not so easy. Bishop D5 being wrong.
So, for instance, Bishop D1, does it have a problem too?
Allows E4.
But not clear, yeah, whether it's good for black or for white. If I just allow you to take.
Yeah, king becomes a little safer. On the other hand, Queen H4 could.
Yeah, and you lose a pawn, right? Whatever it is, it's a pawn. Is Eastern Promises also Cronenberg?
I don't think so.
Like Eastern Promises, I really thought was terrible.
I think it's much weaker than History of Violence. Somehow they're being named together.
Like
Eastern Promises also ends in the middle here, just randomly ends.
No, but also, what kind of a movie is it? Yeah, where like half of the movie, some Russian gangsters fight naked in a bath, in a public bath. I mean, I'm sorry, I don't buy these premises.
You're not into naked bathroom fights?
Well, not naked Russian bathrooms, no.
School Ties is another movie with a great bathroom fight. I quite enjoy bathroom fights.
I just didn't do the Eastern Promise. I thought it was completely ridiculous.
Fair enough.
And for some reason, it was positioned as some sort of a movie of sorts, yeah.
Has a good reputation. I also didn't like it that much. History of Violence, I thought was great.
History of Violence has this atmosphere. Yeah? You watch it for like the first 30 seconds and you understand this is somehow different. This is not your everyday movie.
Also, you get the feeling he might have a history of violence.
Yes, and it has Aragorn.
Yeah.
Aragorn in it.
I saw Aragorn in this new movie, 13 Lives. He doesn't look very Aragornish in that one.
I haven't seen it.
It's based on the cave accident in Thailand.
Oh, that one, yeah, that one is not supposed to have worked out nicely. Yeah, something is amiss with this movie.
The movie's not great, but the documentary is fantastic. It's called The Rescue. That one's highly recommended. The movie was alright, but not as good as The Rescue. Now, Petkov watched that RRR movie I recommended. Yeah, Rustam still hasn't seen it. It's a fantastic movie. I urge you all to watch it.
Yeah, it's on my list. When is it? On the 25th of September, I'll be arriving in Tashkent for a long time.
There you go.
I'll have the time.
It's a 3-hour movie.
I'll have the time.
Nice. You know who doesn't have the time? Lanier Dominguez.
Oh, yes, 5 minutes. It's plenty.
Not a lot of time.
I think Lanier is kind of a guy who does not get nervous about his time until he has like 5 seconds or so.
But as I always say, there are no heroes in time trouble. Even if he doesn't get nervous about it, mistakes still crop in when you no longer have time to calculate. A lot of movies mentioned. I've seen all these movies, chat. Collateral, yeah, it's a good movie. It's not Heat, but it's a good movie.
Whatever happened to M. Night Shyamalan?
Doesn't he keep doing movies?
But he used to be brilliant, and then it's just kind of his brilliancy just completely disappeared.
I don't know. Looked like people really liked The Sixth Sense, so they gave him like 18 chances. to do another one of those.
Mhm.
People didn't like the 18 that followed.
No, I actually thought also whatever it was called, The Village, was a proper movie.
That twist, even I could see coming.
No, it's not the twist, but I thought it was like really creepily made. Maybe I was still young and inexperienced.
Impressionable.
Yeah. The Sixth Sense still remains one of the most. Yeah.
I don't want to
shocking
spoil it
things.
for you viewers if you haven't seen it, but Bruce Willis is in the movie the whole time.
Bruce Willis is in the movie, yes.
Yep.
Bruce Willis is definitely in the movie.
Time for some more rhubarb spritzer.
You got a lot of those.
I have a whole case of rhubarb spritzer.
Yeah, we're slowly approaching the territory where this game.
They
has
might
potential.
start making some moves at some point. No? Like,
Yeah, well, they have no time, right? And
you all gotta move.
maybe if Black gets time, he might play like King A8, yeah, move out of checks, so that Queen E5 is not a check. Because right now F3
Then this is a
actually,
check.
F3 is not hanging, right? As Queen E5 check is a powerful response.
Fair.
So White
what's the
can
next
actually
move?
make
Queen
a
F4?
waiting move.
Yeah, computer says A3, which is not obvious to me why it would improve our situation having the bishop undefended.
It seems that it does not make White's position better. Knight G4 now allows Queen F4 check, Knight E3. This would be one way to repeat the position.
Not happening.
Not happening, yeah. What's impressive is not just us still being here,
No,
but
there's
also
like
the chat,
tens
right?
of people. Yeah.
The chat is still here. The chat is not asleep. Or maybe these people have mastered typing whilst asleep.
Possible.
I think a lot of people do this these days. Yeah, they're still on their phones. Still not typing away.
I don't know. I usually put a podcast on, put the timer on 37 minutes, and fall asleep in these 37 minutes.
That's why Fabi has a podcast now, yeah, so that you can sleep nicely.
But I didn't need Fabi to talk me into sleep. Like there's a lot of basketball rumors to cover.
Basketball. 95, yeah.
Whoa! Is this a peace offer finally?
That is a peace
Queen
offer.
F3
Yeah.
and
check.
perpetual. Ali Reza's gonna play Queen D6. But then the knight returns, yeah?
The knight returns, yeah. And when the knight returns, it becomes a king. Although we thought that line was broken.
Maybe it's been repaired.
Maybe it is. Maybe it has, yeah.
Not sure Denator is a big fan of these developments. Okay, then yeah, could still keep it going. Doesn't have to jump back.
Yeah, but then he has to find a move, yeah. Difficult to think of a move.
Yeah, this A3 move still doesn't yell. Play me. Cher wants to talk more about naked bathroom fights, voting for the Punisher. Haven't seen this series. Mission Impossible is a good dressed bathroom fight, no?
Yeah, somehow Mission Impossible. I've seen all of those movies, but I haven't. Somehow they all blend into one.
Yeah, it's all the same movie, no? Like you have some plot device, some MacGuffin, and then you have set pieces where Tom Cruise does stuff.
Yeah, and he always saves the world like 1 second with 1 second left, right?
Normally has to go to like 3 exotic locations because someone has some USB drive which has the names of agents on it or something.
Yeah. And it's usually like Moscow, Prague, and in his latest movie where he went to some beautiful mountains in Kashmir region. Those mountains were beautiful.
He crashed a helicopter into them.
I gotta crash a helicopter. It's difficult to think of a move. I mean, for Black to play for a win here is really tough. He needs some divine assistance.
Maybe the wrong tournament to ask for divine assistance.
Maybe so, yeah.
Can try b6. But I'm not sure if it's a winning attempt. Still, there's no check currently. With threatening checkmate. What is this?
Yeah, I think
rook d4. Boom, we made it. No, but he went back. Even Alireza can't take it anymore. Then again, Linier doesn't have to repeat again.
Yeah, but what is he gonna do?
I think he's seen enough.
Yeah, he could play bishop d1, yeah.
And e4, it really doesn't feel like white is strengthening his grip, does it?
Yeah, queen c3 and then ef, bishop b3, and then we kind of restart the gripping.
Sounds far-fetched.
But probably a repetition will happen now.
Just repeat it.
We ran out of movies, yeah. It's about time to repeat.
Nah, there's still a bunch of movies out there.
We haven't even started in like Twin Peaks or something, right?
Yeah, but David Lynch doesn't excite me. Chad is still waiting on Rustam's recommendations for Uzbek movies. I don't think I've ever seen any Uzbek movie.
Yeah. Well, we have some good movies from Soviet times. I'm a bit less impressed by the recent developments in Uzbek cinema.
Gotcha. Joystick is saying, is this a rerun or still going? I'm asking myself the same thing. I think it will not be going much longer after 95. Queen d6, 93. We might be headed home. Or queen f3, queen d8 check. Same.
I thought you were home.
I am home.
Yeah, Sotiris is not pleased with you.
Understandably.
He says that Mulholland Drive. Aren't you a fan of Mulholland Drive?
I don't understand any of these movies. Mulholland Drive, Lost Highway, whatever they're called. Like, I understand they're probably about something. I understand what they're about.
Well, Mulholland Drive, even if you sort of disregard the whole plot or concept, you can just watch it scene by scene, no? Because every scene is impressive.
Yeah, I think it's probably a form of meditation that I haven't mastered. Yeah, these David Lynch movies, like just let them wash over you.
Yes, this is just for the atmosphere, right? For the music, for the feel.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had the shortest ever movie discussion with Vichy on Mulholland Drive.
Vichy is not a Mulholland Drive guy.
Oh, he said the girls were hot. Yeah, this was his take on Mulholland
That's
Drive.
reasonable.
93, he could already claim a draw right now.
He's going to play a3. Ale! Such a random move, a3.
No, I mean, by now they're both reconciled, both of them broken.
And they both think, we put up a valid fight.
They did more than all the other participants today put together.
And 93 played. Nietzsche. Mafetko tablas. No one wants to claim. They'll just keep making these moves.
Yeah, linear. Play bishop d1, come on.
a3, still time. That'd be sending a message.
Yeah, that will do it, yeah.
We repeat 3 times, then we continue. Because we're tough. Reckless.
We made some Eastern promises.
The worst movie I've ever seen at the movies, by far, is a little movie called Meet the Spartans. It's very, very tough to watch.
But you didn't leave, did you?
Nope. 95 draw. I will leave now.
We get to leave now. Interesting. This game had so much promise and still didn't give us the excitement that we yearned for.
No, this tournament is broken. No, it's like ever since round 3, probably no chess tournament other than the World Championship has produced more online commentary, more drama, probably including the World Championship actually.
And less chess, right?
Than this one. But yeah, chess-wise, ever since round 3, it doesn't feel the same. I still don't know who's in the lead. Every day we only have 4 games. We don't have world champion Magnus Carlsen. It's all a mess. Still, chess was played. Wesley So is in first place with 4 out of 6, I'm guessing.
Yeah, he's on +2.
Yeah. Jan Nepomniachtchi is on +1 with 3.5 out of 6, because the loss against Magnus no longer counts. Alireza is on 50% with 3.5 out of 7, as is Fabi. Levon is on 3 out of 6. It's too confusing. They have points like different numbers. Mamedyarov doesn't have a whole lot of them.
Yeah, no, it's a good day. Good day for chess. And well, let's hope tomorrow will be more exciting.
Can't wait. Tomorrow, same time, same place. Rustam will sit in a dungeon behind a dark metal wall. I'll be in my basement in front of a green screen. And we will cover the excitement there will be. Dominguez against Mamedyarov. Alireza against Wesley So. Hans Niemann against Fabian Caruana. And Levon Aronian against Jan Nepomniachtchi. Some of the pairings sound better than today's pairings.
I think Hans against Fabiano has potential to become interesting.
Yeah.
Some potential there.
Thanks for watching, everybody. Go do stuff. See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. Good night.